Good morning. We're going to get started with an invocation from Dr. Marcellus Fields, pastor of Allen Chapel AME Church, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Amelia Owens of Girl Scouts Troop 3469. Please stand.
Let us pray. Direct us, O Lord, in all our doings, with your most gracious favor, and further us with your continual help, that in all our works begun, continue and end in you, we may glorify your holy name. O God, grant us vision for our city, fair as she may be. Grant us justice where none shall prey on others, and a city of plenty where poverty shall cease. A city of brotherhood where all success shall be founded on service and honor. And honor shall be given to nobleness alone, a city of peace where order shall not rest. But on the love of our city, our Lord and Savior, our silent prayer of all our hearts, as we pledge our time and our strength and our thought to speed the day for her coming beauty of our city and the righteousness. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you, Pastor Fields, and thank you, Amelia. All right, I call this meeting of the City Council to order, and we're at item 3, Office of the Mayor, and I have several presentations to make. In fact, we have a rather robust presentation agenda this morning, and I will make my way to the front for that. All right, why don't we start out with Building Safety Month. Where are our friends here for Building Safety Month? All right, this may not sound like a sexy topic, but it's keeping you alive every single time you're inside. So let's hear a little bit more about Building Safety Month. I'd ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas we recognize the importance of building safety and infrastructure resilience for the growth and strength of our community. And whereas the International Code Council and its members, including building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, and design professionals, work tirelessly to ensure safe construction of buildings. And whereas Building Safety Month, sponsored by the International Code Council, is observed annually to raise awareness about building safety. And whereas Building Safety Month acknowledges the essential role of local and state building departments, fire prevention bureaus, and federal agencies in protecting lives and property. And whereas the theme for Building Safety Month 2023 is It Starts With You, which encourages us to all raise awareness about building safety on a personal, local, and global scale. And whereas during Building Safety Month, we ask all citizens to consider their commitment to improving building safety, resilience, and economic investment at home and in the community. Now, therefore, I, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, do hereby proclaim May 2023 to be Building Safety Month in Oklahoma City.
Thank you. Well, it certainly is an important topic. And to say a few more words about it, we have Rick Wickenkamp from city staff, and we'd love to hear your thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for considering this proclamation. My name is Rick Wickenkamp. I'm the Director of Development Services Department. I have with me this morning Christela Miles, who's Assistant Director, Mike Miller, who's over the Construction Inspection Section, Scott Weiss, who's over Plan Review, and Donna McMurtry, who's our Development Center Liaison. So the safety of people and animals are both really central to the core mission of our department. And really, when it comes to building safety, it really starts with our plan review section They review all new construction remodel plans to make sure they're in compliance with all applicable codes. And that effort really culminates with our construction inspections. And they go out and actually look at the construction itself, and they review it for the applicable building codes, electrical, plumbing, mechanical. They also inspect elevators and escalators, which are really important. So it's really an honor for us to provide these services to our residents and our visitors on behalf of the city.
Yeah, well, great. Well, let's thank Rick and his team and everybody who keeps us safe. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, why don't we have our folks from EMS Week come forward? All right, we definitely, it is perhaps even more obvious that we depend on our EMS professionals for our safety every day. And so we'd like to hear a little bit more about EMS Week, and so I'd ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas National EMS Week is celebrated across the nation the week of May 21st through 27th, 2023. And whereas IMSA is Oklahoma's largest provider of pre-hospital emergency medical care, serving residents of Oklahoma City since 1990. And whereas IMSA's total operations across Oklahoma make it the 12th largest EMS system in the United States. And whereas IMSA employs more than 300 emergency medical technicians, paramedics, and support staff in Oklahoma City. And whereas the men and women of IMSA reduce pain and suffering by providing superior and compassionate service to those in need. And whereas IMSA's highly trained emergency medical professionals answer the call to duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And whereas IMSA plays a critical role in trauma system management, continuing healthcare provider education, community preparedness, and disaster and pandemic response initiatives. And whereas IMSA is an international leader in cost efficiency, clinical quality, and technology utilization and development, serving as an example for EMS systems in the United States and around the world. Now, therefore, I, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, do hereby proclaim May 21st through 27th, 2023 to be EMS Week in Oklahoma City.
All right, well, thank you. Well, I think that captures pretty well the important services that you guys provide. We would love to hear a few thoughts, and we have, of course, some members of our local IMSA team here. And if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and share a few thoughts about what you do.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, my name is Michael Parrish. I'm the Director of Operations with MC here in Oklahoma City. I have with me Joelle Carlisle. She is a paramedic that's been servicing our community here in Oklahoma City for over 13 years. And we'd like to thank the council and mayor for this opportunity to be here. And we are very grateful to provide services to our community over the last 30 years. Thank you all.
Thank you. Let's hear it for IMSA. Okay, Bike Month. Where are our folks for Bike Month? Come on forward. Yeah, we'll go over there. That's fine. Yeah. All right. Well, May is National Bike Month, and to learn a little bit more about that, I would ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas May is National Bike Month, promoted by the League of American Bicyclists and celebrated in communities across the country. And whereas National Bike to Work Day is Friday, May 19th, and the City of Oklahoma City, Association of Central Oklahoma Governments, ACOG, and Downtown OKC Partnership are hosting free bike rides to downtown and encouraging all residents to attend. And whereas the annual Bike Fest event held on May 7th is a family-friendly festival designed to celebrate the benefits of bicycling for fun, fitness, and transportation. And whereas the City of Oklahoma City, ACOG, Downtown OKC Partnership, Embark, local bicycling organizations, and bicycle shops throughout Oklahoma City are promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operation and safety education in an effort to reduce collisions, injuries, and fatalities. And whereas the bicycle is a healthy, convenient, economical, enjoyable, and environmentally friendly form of transportation and recreation. And whereas creating bicycle-friendly communities has been shown to improve residents' health, well-being, quality of life, community spirit, and safety, and to reduce pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on roads. And whereas the ongoing implementation of Bike Walk OKC, the comprehensive bicycle and pedestrian plan of Oklahoma City, will create a citywide bicycle network that can be used by riders of all ages and abilities. And whereas the City of Oklahoma City has secured tens of millions of dollars toward providing bicycle and trail infrastructure through the Better Streets, Safer City program, multiple federal grants, and the MAPS 4 initiative. Now therefore, I, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2023 to be Bike Month in Oklahoma City.
Thank you. And we do have some bike enthusiasts here this morning who came out to represent Bike Month, and I think we have a designated spokesperson. And if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself to everybody, and we'd love to hear some thoughts.
Sure. Thanks. Max Harris. I'm with the planning department with the city. Every year we kind of cobble together events, and we have a lot of help from partner agencies, coordinating community events, and just celebrating National Bike Month here in Oklahoma City. I have a few people here who represent some of those organizations and are also just citizen advocates, I think. And it really does take a village to really make Oklahoma City more bike friendly. And we're starting to see it with some of our programs like MAPS and the bond and stuff. So just want to express appreciation for that. I want to plug Bike to Work Day, which is May 19th, Friday, right outside in Bicentennial Park. From 7:45 to 9 a.m. There will be free coffee, courtesy of Downtown OKC Partnership, and all your cycling friends will be there, so come and hang out and celebrate with us. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Let's hear it for our bike community. All right, maybe I think next up will be our friends here for Jewish American Heritage Month. Rachel and everybody. All right, well, it is May, which is Jewish American Heritage Month, and we'd like to learn a little bit more about that, and so I would ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas the American Jewish community has played a significant role in the creation, growth, freedom, prosperity, and strength of the United States of America, and whereas the enduring values of the Jewish faith were vital sources of inspiration for the founding of the United States, the Civil Rights Movement, America's global leadership in the cause of freedom, our nation's commitment to social justice, and many of our country's other most central tenets. And whereas Jewish citizens of Oklahoma City, having first settled here in the 1880s, have played a vital role in the development of our city through their professional and philanthropic contributions, as well as service to our nation through the armed forces. And whereas the State of Israel has long been a vital part of the Jewish experience and is currently celebrating the 75th anniversary of its modern founding and its emergence as a beacon of freedom and prosperity. And whereas every U.S. president since 1980 has recognized the contributions of the American Jewish community to the history and culture of the United States. And whereas since 2006, each U.S. president has declared the month of May as Jewish American Heritage Month pursuant to a bipartisan resolution of Congress. And whereas celebrating Jewish American heritage strengthens the fabric of our city and honors its rich diversity. Now therefore, I, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, do hereby proclaim May 2023 to be Jewish American Heritage Month in Oklahoma City. I further recognize the vulnerability of the Jewish community amidst a national rise in anti-Semitism and urge all members of our community to stand together against hate and bigotry.
Thank you. Well, I could hardly say it any better than I guess I just said it. But really, we're so grateful for the presence of the Jewish community here in Oklahoma City. We've done a lot of great partnerships through the years, and members of the Jewish community contribute to the city in so many important ways, from an entrepreneurial perspective, from a philanthropic perspective, from a cultural perspective, you name it. And we're just so grateful to have the opportunity this morning to recognize some of that and welcome you to City Hall. And I think we're going to hear a few words as well from Rachel Johnson of the Jewish Federation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council, for this proclamation. We have a few of our board members here, my board president, Adam Brooks, Helen Opper, Sarah Honegger, and immediate past president, Michael Kornblatt. Thank you all for being here to hear this for us. This means a lot to us, and as he said, it is a big step in fighting anti-Semitism, and it means a lot to us, not only as Jews, but as Jewish Americans and Jewish Okies. So thank you so much.
All right, let's show our love for the Jewish community. Okay, now I think we can proceed to our resolutions. And so why don't we bring Jessica up, our teacher of the month. All right, well, I have had the good fortune to work with Jessica a couple times in the last several weeks at the commemoration of the Oklahoma City bombing and then also the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon, which you actually kicked off the kids marathon. And I always think everybody noted your repeated use of the phrase "tiny humans," which I like, and obviously we're here today to talk about your work with tiny humans. And so, having said that, we'd like to hear a little bit more, and so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Jessica Foley has been named Teacher of the Month for May 2023 by the Oklahoma City Public Schools Foundation and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. And whereas Jessica is the elementary advanced academic specialist and gifted and talented teacher at Cesar Chavez Elementary School, whose primary goals are to ensure that her students leave her room as good humans who are enthusiastic about learning and the world they live in. And whereas Jessica believes that an outstanding teacher's reach goes beyond the classroom and utilizes her background in sociology, human relations, and mental health to form honest, empathetic, and meaningful relationships with students. And whereas Jessica advocates for a shift in how educators approach behavior in the classroom, allowing students opportunities for movement and free choice to empower them when making decisions in the real world. And whereas Jessica recognizes that students are unique individuals with varying strengths and interests, through career research projects, she nurtures their individuality, allowing students to explore freely and present their work with a method that suits them best. And whereas Jessica takes initiative to build connections between students and the community through participation in the Oklahoma City Memorial Kids Run. Furthermore, she demonstrates the value of vulnerability by sharing her experience and the community's experience with this tragedy and the ongoing journey of healing. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Jessica Foley on her selection as May 2023 Teacher of the Month by the Oklahoma City Public Schools Foundation and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
Thank you. Now, before we hear a few words from Jessica, this is a resolution, which means everybody's actually going to vote on it. So, you know, the vote in a legislative body is all about the timing. I feel like the timing is right for this. Before you speak, let's not mess it up. I think yeah. So let's see if we can get a motion in a second for this. We have a system, but it sometimes doesn't work. Yeah, our smart board doesn't always keep up. Are we getting motions in seconds? Okay. All right. Well, I wish to vote aye. All right, passes unanimously, actually, including people who aren't even here, so that's really impressive. Yeah, Councilman Stone should not be recorded as voting. But I no doubt he would have supported it. All right, well, congratulations. Thank you for what you do for our kids, and we would love to hear a few words from you, Jessica.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have the pleasure of working with tiny humans every single day, and I know that we say that they're pleasures and terrors at the same time, but they're fantastic people. And education fell into my lap. This wasn't the route I chose. It honestly chose me. I love the kids. I love what I stand for, what OKCPS stands for. And if we could just give the children autonomy and a little bit of space, these kids are going to be all right. They're going to change the world. You just have to believe in them the way that we do. Okay, thanks.
Let's hear it for Jessica. Thank you. That's yours to keep. Thank you. All right, and finally, Eric Lee. Come on up. All right, Eric Lee is our City Employee of the Month, and we'd like to learn a little bit more about you, and so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Eric Lee has been a city employee for 8 years and is a construction equipment operator in the Utilities Department. And whereas Eric Lee spends his workdays at Lake Hefner, Lake Overholser, and Lake Stanley Draper, maintaining roads, shorelines, boat docks, fishing docks, and boat ramps, as well as operating floodgates and maintaining post and cable barriers around the lakes. And whereas Eric Lee was tasked with multiple duties on a recent project repairing shoreline erosion along the Canadian River bypass at Overholser Lake. And whereas Eric Lee, knowing the crew was short-staffed on a large project, stepped up and operated multiple heavy equipment machines. And whereas Eric Lee accomplished these tasks while operating a brand new rubber tire excavator, which is the first of its kind for the city. And whereas Eric Lee coordinated the loader operator and dump truck drivers bringing loads of material to backfill the eroded areas, placed riprap along the shoreline, covered the area with straw matting and topsoil, and cleaned the work zones. And whereas Eric Lee's commitment to safety, productivity, and his strong work ethic enabled him to complete the project several days ahead of schedule. And whereas this council desires to recognize Eric Lee for his dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the residents of the city of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Eric Lee, May 2023 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month.
Well, thank you very much, and Eric, that sounds like wonderful service to the city. Now, having said that, it also reads like you just kind of hang out at the lake and you drive bulldozers around. I mean, this doesn't sound like a job, really. This sounds awesome. But as they say, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life, and it sounds like you love what you do, and we would love to hear a few words from you. But like with Jessica, I think first we're going to attempt to cast a vote on this resolution. All right, yeah, keep your fingers crossed. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. I'd like to vote aye. Todd Stone would not like to vote at all. All right, passes unanimously. And we would love to hear a few words from you, Eric, and thank you for your service to the people of Oklahoma City.
Thank you. Like Mayor Holt said, I essentially just play with dirt at the lake, so it's a pretty good, it's easy to come into work every day, and I have great supervisors who have taught me a lot, and I have a good group of guys I work with, so they help me out a lot too. So this is not really, for me, it's kind of our whole department. We're so small in general, this will kind of give us all light. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Let's hear it for Eric and his team. And by the way, we did have representation this morning from the South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club. I don't know if they're still here in the room, but they left. But we certainly, I had not met anyone come here yet previously from the club, so it was great to have them, and we thank them for sponsoring this recognition every month. That concludes our presentations. I will make my way back to my seat. Okay, we're still on Office of the Mayor. Now we have some appointments. We have appointments, this is items C through G. We have appointments to Downtown Design, Historic Preservation, Game and Fish Commission, Redevelopment Authority, and Traffic and Transportation Commission. We could take those appointments with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And now we're at item 4, items from council. We have item A. This is a ordinance to be introduced and adopted with an emergency, amending ordinance number 26451 to extend the 1,085-day moratorium to a 1,265-day moratorium regarding our revised sign code. And I think Councilman Stonecipher, who is the author, is probably best positioned to explain. Councilman Stonecipher.
Yeah, I think the important thing to note is that we continue to work on this matter and engage others to have input, and we are working diligently, and we'll hopefully have it done very soon. So at this time, I'd move for approval of item 4A.
All right. Let's bring that up digitally. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Well, maybe. Now we do. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And now, Councilman, would you like to move the emergency?
This time I'd move the emergency, please.
We have a motion and a second for the emergency. Cast your votes. And this requires 7 affirmative votes. Passes unanimously and with the required 7 affirmative votes. Okay, finally, on items from council, we have 4B. This is a resolution approving travel expenses for council members Bradley Carter, Matt Hinkle, and Mark Stonecipher to attend the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber 2023 DC visit, June 21st through the 22nd. And we could take a motion on this. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously and with the required 6 affirmative votes. Item 5 are city manager reports. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. To start us off, I would like to introduce Christy Gillenwater, the President and CEO of the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce, just to give us an update on economic development in the city.
Well, thank you so much, City Manager Freeman. Appreciate it. Mayor Holt, council members, thank you so much for having us today. Thrilled to be here. First of all, I want to thank you so much for your leadership. As I shared with some this morning, I think in my 25 plus years in this industry, I think these times are really challenging to be political leaders and elected leaders. And I want to thank you for your courage and tenacity and making sure that OKC, Oklahoma City, is an amazing city for its current residents and future residents. And in fact, you know, it's a city I've been enamored with for about the last 10 years. I've studied it. I've really been fascinated by the work that you all have led. And candidly, that's why I'm here today. So thank you for that leadership. I wanted to just report a little bit. As you know, you're key partners of our organization, and I've spent the first 4 months here on the ground, really getting to know our team, getting to know our board members, our members of the chamber as well. And now we're starting to get out a little bit more and meet more leaders in the community and really make that connection. And as you know, as you're about to look at the CVB report, et cetera, here, one of the interesting things about our organization is the depth and breadth and the scope of our organization. So from the economic development piece, from the visitor development piece of the work, and the chamber work all being meshed into one, really enables us to maximize on our opportunities and address challenges at the same time. So it's a unique structure that I'm really enjoying being a part of. You know, as you know, we advocate very strongly at the State House for tourism support, for economic development support, so that we can continue to grow our economy here. And in fact, we were one of the 14th fastest growing large cities here over the last decade. And it's really exciting to see what continues to happen here. One of the things that's become really clear, though, is how might we continue to harness some of our positive clusters here in the community, right? So you think about bioscience, and I know you all are very familiar with our work in this space and our partnership there, but that bioscience cluster, how can we continue to think innovatively, think creatively about how might we bring more resources here to our community, as a lot of reshoring is now happening in that space in the post-COVID era. So that's something that we and team work with your team very regularly on. I think also an exciting opportunity is in the aerospace and defense sector, right? I've spent time with FAA leadership and Tinker leadership here recently, and we just need to continue to look at what their needs are, what our opportunities are, and how we can really laser in and help them continue to grow, thrive, and prosper here. And that's an exciting area for us. And I think one recent indication is the Pratt & Whitney $250 million capital investment announcement, right, that our teams work collaboratively on. And again, none of this work happens without y'all. And it's just integral in terms of how we partnered together. I also want to thank you for your support of the film industry, right? We've gone ahead and we've hired Jill Simpson. She's been off and running really vigorously trying to pull together the film ecosystem, and you need to look no farther than Park Avenue today, right? And what's happening there. It's really exciting to see that industry really cultivating here and helping to show the creative skill set that we really have here in Oklahoma City and in the state of Oklahoma. Also want to talk a little bit about some job growth and our economic development pipeline, which I think is important for you all to be aware of, and I know many of you are, but in 22, we worked with 101 chamber companies that announced plans for creation of almost 5,500 jobs with an annual average salary of $47,813. In addition, those same companies announced more than $262 million in payroll and $843 million in capital investment. And I have to tell you, when you're in the economic development space, you always love those outside announcements. But to me, the real heart of economic development is when your existing companies expand. They decide to reinvest in you. And that's, to me, the best kind of referral. And so we're excited that a number of those projects have been just that. And our pipeline and projects continue to grow, and it's interesting to look at the diversification of those projects. And I have to tell you, right now, our deal flow for the region, in terms of prospects, we have 88 prospects, looking at just over $39 million in capital investment in the region, just under 48,000 jobs, and $985 million in payroll. So again, the deal flow continues to be strong for the OKC market. You think about the I-35 corridor and what a strong corridor we're a part of right now. We have the pleasure of location in this regard, and just the excitement that's happening and the brand awareness that we must continue to nurture and grow in terms of our image. And speaking of that, while we've had a lot of things go well, we're excited to have the three of you joining us in our DC fly-in coming up, because we always think it's important to get out, obviously from a DC standpoint, continue to articulate what's important here. We talked about Tinker, FAA, defense industry, right? But also to have that face time with our elected leaders and leaders at the Pentagon. So thank you for investing and being a part of that process. And we're also happening upon Tampa in August. Several of you have been on our inner city leadership visits in the past. It's a great way to enhance the relationship within our existing leadership structure, but also to go out and to learn really firsthand what some other communities are facing as well. Tampa happens to be a city that's actually growing faster than we are. There aren't that many of them out there, but they are one. And so we're looking forward to learning a few key things there. And if any of you are familiar with that market and you want to make sure we add something to that trip, please do let us know. And then I'd like to mention, too, there was some discussion earlier today about retail development, right? Restaurant retail. And you think about how that sector of our economy has really grown, and it plays into, obviously, our visitor experience and our ability to recruit and retain talent here, right? You have to have authentic retail. You have to have vibrant retail in order for visitors to have a great experience, and then for talent and people to want to live and stay here. And several of us are headed out to the ICSC event later this month to continue to look at, opportunities to grow our retail base here as well. So with that, I just have to tell you, I'm so honored and excited to serve the city, to work alongside you, to be challenged by this opportunity to continue to grow our economy, but at the same time, make sure we continue to live up to that Oklahoma standard that we are so well known for here in Oklahoma and Oklahoma City. And if time allows, I'd be happy to take any questions as well.
Well, I'll just say we're thrilled to work with you as well, Christy, and certainly welcome into your new position.
Now that we're post-pandemic, we're all getting back out to homeowners association meetings, and one of the things I hand out at the homeowners association is some information about what's going on in the ward, new restaurants, new businesses, streets, the number one topic, how are we doing with our streets. But the third thing in the chamber, and I want to thank you for this, really helps me out by showing people who are employing and looking for people to hire. And when you look at Pratt Whitney and you look at the B-1 bomber expansion and you look at what Canoe's proposing, it gets a buzz at those HOA meetings, and it's information for themselves, it's for their kids, it's for their grandkids. And so I just think I want to say thank you for providing us that information.
Oh, that's great to hear. Thank you. Yes, Eric Long and team, can always provide you any kind of data research you might want. Thank you, Councilman Stonecipher. Yes, we all ultimately want our kids and grandkids to want to stay here, and those abundant job opportunities are critical to that. So thank you for that.
All right, thanks, Christy.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Two other reports that we have on, that we have information on. One is on the interim financial report, and that just looks at focuses on the general fund, our primary operating fund. It provides information regarding our revenues and expenditures. Revenues are exceeding expenditures by about $42 million right now, so in really good position. Some of that's being addressed with the budget amendment that's on for today, and so we'll address that later on. But still, overall, the finances are looking good. Hotel tax report, 9.5% growth in hotel tax through this point in the year. So really good again with hotel tax, so really pleased with that. And then we just have claims and payroll that you can see on okc.gov, and that's all that I have.
Thank you. All right, item 6, Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we can take with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We also have, item 7 is request for uncontested continuances. We have item 11N that is deferred to May 23rd, and 11Q also deferred to May 23rd. Is there anything else, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, starting on page 14. Item 11G, this is SPUD 1507. The request is to defer this to the 23rd of May. Then item 11J, CE 1074, request to defer this to the 23rd of May also. On page 15, item 11K, this is CE 1089. The request by the applicant is to defer this indefinitely. On page 17, item 11T1, all of these items will be stricken from the agenda, starting with item C, 1225 North Rockwell Avenue, the owner is secured. Item I, 2927 Northwest 21st Street, the owner is secured. Item J, 918 Northwest 23rd Street, to re-notify for additional structures. Item M, 2900 Northwest 48th Street, the owner is secured. Item N, 721 Southwest 49th Street, the owner has secured. On page 17 also, item 11, U1, abandoned buildings, all of these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item H, 2927 Northwest 21st Street, the owner is secured. Item I, 918 Northwest 23rd Street, to re-notify for additional structures. Item L, 2900 Southwest 48th Street, the owner is secured. And item M, 721 Southwest 49th Street, the owner is secured. That's all the items that I have.
All right. Item 8 are revocable permits and events. Item 8A is a revocable permit with the Downtown Oklahoma City Partnership for Downtown Employee Appreciation Day. And we do have Holly Hoyler here to speak from Downtown OKC.
Good morning. I'm Holly Hoyler. I'm the Development and Events Manager for Downtown OKC Partnership. We're excited to bring back our annual Downtown Employee Appreciation event. It will take place in Kerr Park on Wednesday, May 24th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It is a come-and-go lunchtime event that features food trucks, lawn games, music, free treats and giveaways, and pop-up booths by various downtown services and organizations. These include organizations like Embark, the Downtown Library and YMCA, and other services that employees can take advantage of during their workday. We expect to have just under 1,000 people coming through the park, and we'll provide extra seating and shade, and our green team will be on site for trash and hospitality services. This event is free and open to everyone, and it's Downtown OKC's way of saying thank you for being a part of our downtown community.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Hammond?
Well, as somebody who does work downtown, always appreciate this day. I feel like one year there were maybe like dogs for adoption, so maybe something to bring back. Always fun to go play with puppies in the middle of the day, but I will move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, thank you. Now we have item 8B, revocable right-of-way use permit with the Paseo Artists Association, Inc., to hold the Paseo Arts Festival, May 27th through the 29th. Amanda did not sign up to speak, but I know that she wants to speak about this. So we visited already in my office this morning, and Amanda Bleakley here to speak for the
Good morning.
Paseo.
Thank you for having us again. I think Colin's going to start off with.
We're excited to bring the 46th annual Paseo Arts Festival back to Oklahoma City again. We have over 100 booths with nationally juried artists from all over the country, and we're just excited to present this again for the city.
As a reminder, this is a fundraiser for the Paseo Arts Association. It's the largest fundraiser that we have for the year. It's a 3-day art festival where we not only have artists from all over the country, but we also have 53 music and entertainment acts on 2 stages over 3 days. So I hope you all can come. It's a really fun annual event that the community looks forward to every year.
Councilman Cooper?
Big fan, 10 out of 10, would recommend, and I'll move for approval.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then 8C is a revocable right-of-way use permit with Paseo Market Festival to hold Paseo Market Festival on the same dates. And if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address. We didn't have a
Thank you,
sheet.
Mr. Mayor, City Council. We are Robert and Michelle Clark. We host the annual Memorial Day Paseo Market Festival. And this happens on our property at 524 Northwest 28th and also 2909 Paseo. Our association with that property goes back to around 2000 when Michelle's father acquired the property. And we have been working the festival since 2017 with him. And then when he passed, we began running it ourselves from 2018 forward. So today we're asking you to approve our request for a revocable permit to close 28th Street. Why? Well, we plan to have some food vendors out there in addition to our 80-plus vendors in our parking lot. 3-day event this Memorial Day, and we expect to have tens of thousands of festival goers. So we have a site plan to ensure the safety of festival attendees and traffic control. And we're so thankful for the assistance we get from Drew Watson with the special events group here at the city. Drew and Barbara make it really enjoyable for us to do this. And it provides an opportunity for many artists and craftsmen and retailers to have a festival to sell their products. So we're asking you for your consent to approve our permit.
Okay. Councilman Cooper?
Yes, Paseo rules, and I'll move for approval. It's true. Nothing I said was not true.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
All right, now we'll recess the council meeting and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through I we could take with one motion, and executive session is not requested on H2. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority. We have item A, claims and payroll. We'll go ahead and take a motion on that, just to be safe. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCPPA and reconvene as the council, where we are on page 4 of your printed agenda, item 9, the consent docket. There are scheduled presentations for items BO and BP. Is there any other item that a council member wishes to pull out for separate discussion?
Mayor, I need to recuse myself on item K.
On item K, is that what you said?
Yes.
K is in kick? Okay.
But I'll wait till we have a full house again.
Oh, what's that? Oh, yeah, well, we'll do.
It's just me.
Yeah, we'll do a separate vote on that, Councilman, and you'll step out when we do that. But let me just see, first of all, if there's anybody else who's got anything to discuss or question.
Yes, item AB.
Okay.
And CA, just questions.
Councilwoman Hammond, that was CA? Okay.
And then just an update on item, where'd it go? AV.
AV? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, why don't we start with the separate vote? And so Councilman Hinkle, feel free to step out for a moment. So this is item 9K that we are voting on separately, if someone would like to make a motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, next up is item AB. Councilwoman Nice, you wanted to speak to that?
Yes, I'm not sure if we had anyone to actually speak to it a little better. Okay, there he is. Hi, Mr. Randy. I wanted to bring this to council's attention because this is something I'm very excited about, and this has been some time in the works, and the late Miss Robbie helped me to start and spur this project and help get some funding for it. So I'm very grateful, beyond grateful for her work that she did until she couldn't do anymore. But so grateful that we still have Mr. Randy and Leandre to help us continue and carry this project. So if you'll explain it, because I know you can do it better than I can. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Randy Marks, Arts Liaison. The Pitts Park Recreation Center is named in honor of Captain Riley Leroy Pitts, a Medal of Honor winner who was tragically killed in Vietnam just days before he was scheduled to come home. And he died saving the lives of his team members. So Captain Pitts will be further honored with a mural that will be installed on the west wall of the Recreation Center. The work will be created under the direction of the Oklahoma Mural Syndicate and With Love. With Love is a mural organization led by J.B. Williams that does mural projects primarily on the east side. And we have a presentation here. If you advance on to the second one there, Mark. And here's a picture of Captain Pitts. And then the next image, you'll see the Pitts Park Recreation Center and the wall that it will be the location of the mural. It's going to end up being probably around a 300 square foot mural, large size, addressing the west side of the property. The Oklahoma Mural Syndicate team, along with Love, is extremely talented, nationally recognized team. The members, the leadership team are J.B. Williams, Jesse Warren, Dylan Bradway, and Chris Canaley. And we expect that the mural is going to be completed in mid-August of this year. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Wonderful. Very excited again about this project. And I will say this idea was birthed out of really, quite frankly, the George Floyd 2020, the parks director at the time asked me, he said, Nikki, do you want to put a Black Lives Matter mural in Northeast Oklahoma City? And I said, no, but what I would like to do is honor some of the people that have names that we should recognize further. And Captain Riley Pitts was one of those because, as you heard his story, he went to Douglas High School. He went to Wichita State University before he enlisted in the military as a commissioned officer. And for him to lay down his life for his fellow comrades, and then for his wife to go to Washington, D.C. to receive his award by President Lyndon B. Johnson. And also for his picture to be placed at the Smithsonian African American History Museum in Washington, D.C. We should have more recognition in Oklahoma City. And also, again, one thing I found out from his daughter, who just moved here most recently, is that there is a room, the media room at the Pentagon is named in his honor. So these are things that, again, bring all of this to focus, and for us to now be able to not only honor Captain Pitts, but all of those who have served in the service that represent parts of Northeast Oklahoma City and Oklahoma City as a whole. Very excited about this project, and it'll be just in time, almost close for us to honor Veterans Day. So very looking forward to this. So thank you again for your commitment, and also I know Ms. Robbie's looking down on this and excited that it's finally coming into fruition as well. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up is item AV. Councilman Cooper.
Yes, just an update on where we are with this particular streetscape project that Councilwoman Nice and I share.
Thank you, Councilman Cooper. Eric Winger, Public Works Director. The item before you is actually an amendment to the engineering contract to add a traffic analysis to the Britton Street Enhancement Project. This is Britton from Western to Chartel. It's part of a Better Street, Safer City sales tax. It's also a 2017 bond project where we're going to be going in and resurfacing the streets, remaking the street district through Old Britton, and it will include on-street parking and some other lane reconfigurations. The plans are still underway. They won't finish until this summer, but we are anticipating to bring those back and have those finalized by the council for work to begin this fall, so fall of 2023. Can answer any other questions you might have.
I just want to say congrats on your work and thank you for your work. And for Ward 2, it really means a lot, you know, because in the paper right now in the Oklahoman was the story how Paseo and OKC is getting updates while preserving its heritage. So our southern boundary, right, and you already heard the festival, but our southern boundary is getting a streetscape, as you very well know. And it's just really nice to know on our northern border, we're going to have the streetscape as well. So I just really want to applaud that work and shine a light on it. So thank you.
Okay, now we're at BO, which has a presentation.
Aubrey McDermott, Assistant City Manager, is going to give us an update. This is the last allocation. I say it's the last. There may be other projects This is the last allocation that we have on ARPA funds, but the potential is there that if some projects come in under budget, that we might have other funds we can come back and reallocate at a later date. But for this point, it would fully allocate the funds that we have available in the city's allocation of ARPA funding.
Morning, Mayor and Council, and that is my presentation.
Sorry.
So you've seen this slide before. This is the 3 buckets that City Council approved in our ARPA plan. And so what we're talking about today is that category number 1, which is our revenue replacement bucket of funds, which totals $78 million. And most of you know, but maybe some don't know, that when we first put this project together, we had to have a way to prioritize all of the different needs across the city and these different types of revenue replacement eligible projects. So we had a list of 77 projects totaling over $170 million that we had to prioritize based on a list of multiple criteria. That is the list that we have used to take to council in batches. So far, what we have approved is this list of projects totaling $74 million. And what that leaves us with is about $4.2 million remaining in that budget. So we've gone down the list and we've identified 4 priority projects for the revenue replacement funding. And I'll go through each of these really quickly and give you an overview. So the first one is transit facility improvements. This is primarily for the South May Avenue facility, and this is because we have staff that's relocating to this facility. So renovations to that existing building are needed. It's about a $3 million funding gap, and the other potential source of funding is federal grants to leverage for this. So through ARPA funds, we can scale that allocation and appropriate some funds to help move that project forward. So the scaled allocation we're proposing is $1 million. The next category is traffic signal needs. So Traffic Commission has approved several new traffic signals across the city, and normally those signals are funded with the GO bond. So as you know, we're kind of nearing the end of this GO bond issue, and we would be waiting for the next GO bond to be approved. But these ARPA city restoration funds can be leveraged so that we can install certain new signals that are in high priority areas much faster than waiting for the next GO bond. So the allocation here is a little over $1 million that could go towards installing those a few signals in the high priority areas. Oops, I meant to go, let me go back one. And then the next project is funding that's needed to extend a water line from Lake Hefner to provide non-potable water for irrigation of the Cameron Park facility, the soccer facility. And what this investment does is it reduces the need to irrigate the entire facility with treated water. And of course, that would be a benefit to the city. Untreated water is significantly less expensive and it's better for the grass. The next project is Bricktown lighting. Staff's identified the need to install better lighting along the canal. This would be primarily in the southern part of the Bricktown Canal. There's about $1.4 million of lighting that's been identified that's needed there. So the allocation here would put $500,000 of ARPA funding, and it can be paired with other sources of funds so that we can phase the improvements along the Bricktown Canal and improve safety in the corridor. So with that, if we add these 4 projects to the list, as City Manager Freeman said, this would really round out and allocate all of that $78 million to these different city restoration projects. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I don't have questions, but just some kudos. And Mayor Holt, I just want to say thank you for your nationwide advocacy for specifically ARPA and the revenue replacement. I really mean that. Aubrey, thank you for the work you're doing stewarding this and all the staff related to it. And sorry, it just kind of took me back to May of 20, just before George Floyd's murder. And we were so focused on the pandemic. And I just want to thank any council member who supported my resolution. This was before the next administration came into office and created ARPA and passed it with the Congress. But we created a resolution at the council level that I wrote with municipal council at the time, requesting revenue replacement. And I just want to say that to council right now. I know sometimes when some of us as members of council propose something that seems so far out in the future, it might seem like, wow, what is its relevancy to something going on right now? And there were council members who voted against it that day. They said no, that Congress knew better our needs. And I made a strong argument, and council went along with it, and we approved it, saying that no, at the local level, we best understand our need. And it's what I meant. Like, we understood what these needs were that we needed to address. So I just want to take us back to that past moment and say thanks to everyone who supported that, and thanks to staff for stewarding these funds.
I do, for the additional traffic signals, do we have those identified yet? Or is this this is what we sort of project some of those would cost, and we're going to do that later?
Yeah, the Traffic Commission has, I think, a pretty significant list of those. And so I think the Public Works Department is working on prioritizing those signals based on safety needs. And there are a couple that had kind of risen to the top of the list. So I know generally I can let you know what those are, but I would say that's subject to Public Works evaluation and looking at the prioritization of it. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to get you that information.
Yeah, that would be great, because I know there are a few that have gone through Traffic Commission that are in various parts of the ward,
Right.
so I'd be curious.
Also, having the specific amount of funding, we think it'll do about 3, but
That's what
we'll
I
have to
kind of
fit it within the
estimated.
budget as well. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And that's my question too, because I know we had some most recently that have risen to the top and as a priority for some of our communities in different wards. So very curious to know if some of those the recent ones are included in this overall.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess the question I have, it's my understanding we have about 15 in waiting status, some dating back to 2017 or 2018. And so I'm hopeful when we have our budget discussions, this is something we can work on, contemplate, think about, and maybe come up with a solution to get some more approved.
We're also setting aside some additional funding from the budget amendment to be able to do some additional projects. There's one actually that goes back to 2015 that was on the list when we did the last bond issue. We took as many as we could, and there was one that wasn't funded then. And so we're trying to evaluate all of those issues. And there's another one I know that's come up recently that's been related to a significant pedestrian safety issue. And so we're trying to just take all of those things into consideration, but we'll work with Public Works on that and trying to prioritize getting those funded.
Thank you.
And then I'll just say on that note, I'm glad you all paused on this because my traffic commissioner has reached out expressing concern about this backlog of projects they've approved that lack that funding. So I would not just put that on our radar for the budget, I'm glad to hear that, but our next bond, I know we have a lot of bond needs.
Absolutely. But that's the first thing we do when we're looking at traffic projects is we go to look at those that have been approved, on bonds. When we're planning for the bond is we'll look at those that have been approved by Traffic Commission and prioritizing those first.
Thank you.
The one thing is when we have an emergency situation come up with public safety at hand, I would like to have funds available to do at least maybe 2 a year where we do have a real public safety concern and not wait till the next GO bond.
And I think we need to work through like how we prioritize those, how we identify and have some standard that we're working for from staff. That's really what we want to do with that budget amendment is set aside a fund that deals with those emergencies as they arise when we have critical issues that are there. And so that's something we're definitely looking at.
I think we're all saying the same thing on this.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
And then item BP has a presentation as well.
Joanna McSpadden, our Economic Development Manager, will introduce this project.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. We have for an introduction today for consideration a tax increment financing allocation from TIF 4-5, which, if you'll recall, is the TIF around. This is a $1.5 million allocation for improvements to an affordable housing project. Mostly, the funds will mostly be used for some much-needed infrastructure improvements in the area. One nuance about the $1.5 million, a portion of that, about $250,000, is a pre-construction loan that would be refunded back to the TIF fund once they get their final funding in place. And I'll have Cassie Malone with the Oklahoma City Housing Authority come up and give you the details about the project.
Good morning. I'm Cassie Malone with the Oklahoma City Housing Authority. Okay. So this morning I have Oak Grove redevelopment and the TIF infrastructure ask. So Oak Grove was built in 1968. It's approximately 42 acres. It has 288 units, and it's located on Southwest 15th Street and Grand Boulevard, directly across from the Dell campus. It is one of the largest affordable family communities in the city. It serves over 1,000 residents, a majority of those being children under the age of 18. And 80% of the households at this development are considered extremely low income, meaning they make at or below 30% of area median income. Next. So a majority of the units consist of the two-story townhome styles on the top picture, and the remaining are those single-story duplexes and single-family homes. The units consist of 1 bedroom all the way up to 5 bedroom. So Oak Grove has not had a substantial renovation since it was constructed over 52 years ago. So our plan is utilizing tax credits and other gap funding. We plan to substantially renovate the property. It will not only upgrade the units, but it also include other necessary infrastructure improvements. It will add additional amenities, including play areas, sports fields, a renovated community center, and a new education center, and along with a new Head Start daycare facility. The renovations will be phased. It should be 1 in 2 phases. The first phase will be the main piece of the property, the 288 units. The second phase will be to the south, which leads us to our TIF infrastructure ask. It consists of 4 main projects, the first being a road extension off of Southwest 15th Street, which will connect directly into the renovated office and community center. Our goal is to connect directly in with the existing entrance for the Dell campus. The second is the stormwater channel improvements in the center of the property, outlined in blue. Third being landscaping and beautification along Southwest 15th Street and Southwest 7th, read the wrong line. And the fourth being a transfer of frontage along the Southwest 15th Street to allow for the creation of a commercial pad along the northeast portion of the property. Next. So this is the creation of the commercial pad. It would involve a transfer of City of OKC land to OCHA that would then be combined with the northeast portion of OCHA-owned land to create the commercial pad. This would allow for the development of a new on-queue service station. We would sell the land highlighted in red with 3 structures on it, totaling 18 units. And in return, the proceeds from the sale, we would use them to construct new units on the southwest portion of our property. So when we were approached by OnQ for the potential of selling our property and transferring the land, we worked with them, and here are a few items that we were able to add to that agreement. So we will ensure walkability between the commercial site and the neighborhood, pedestrian-friendly access, and hope to deter cars from driving directly through the neighborhood in an effort to get to the new service station. They'll install bike racks and other pedestrian-friendly amenities. They'll host a job fair for residents at Oak Grove. Additionally, they will serve fresh produce and grill options at their service station, and they will also make an annual donation to the after-school program at the Oak Grove Community Center. Next. The stormwater channel is improvements. This area specifically is known to be quite problematic during severe weather and large rain. So this would allow for us to improve this for both safety and also to improve it for the property owners to the south. So hopefully the water is able to flow easier into the river. Next. This is the new street extension. This essentially will create a brand new entrance to the neighborhood. So as you can see there, we have our planned preliminary renovations for our community center, our maintenance office, our management office, and the Head Start daycare facility. So this will add sidewalks and other pedestrian-friendly amenities to directly tie into the neighborhood and also connect to the existing trail. Okay, so this is just a summary of the project. So Currently, there are 288 units. We would propose to demolish and relocate on-site 18 of the units, to renovate a total of 270 units, and then construct the 18 demolished units on a vacant piece of land. This funding for this will be done utilizing what we call the RAD, Rental Assistance Demonstration, through HUD, and also a project-based voucher, which is done through the Section 18 program through HUD. So the entire project will be approximately $66 million. We are requesting $1.5 million in TIF funding. The $1.5 million will be upfront, will be used as a pre-development loan, with the approximately $250 being repaid upon completion of construction financing. And we anticipate the infrastructure improvements to cost about $1.3 million. This is just an overview of the entire project, both phases, and to go over the timing and scope. We hope to, within 1 year of this, submit an application for the LIHTC funding and close on financing. Due to the size of the project, it will be done in 2 phases. The first phase will take approximately 24 months. Our goal is to start the second phase as we are working on the first phase. In the second phase, you'll see about 50 units of public housing, what we call scattered sites. Those are single-family homes. So we will convert those to those project-based vouchers, and then the property management will function to manage all 288 units plus those 50 units. In the tan color, you have the new construction, so that's where those new 18 units will go. In addition, there'll be an additional about, that sounded funny, 80 units built that will still be affordable, but they'll feature that LIHTC funding. And with that, I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah, I don't know how I feel. I think the unit renovation work sounds promising. I want to be careful with my words here. I always find it baffling when I see online news of I'm gonna hurt some feelings, I'm so sorry. When I see news online about a new on-queue is coming, or a new, any big gas station, I just always find baffling, because I don't know, that just doesn't strike me as the sort of developments we should be continuing. You mentioned the I-35 corridor earlier. That's almost all the I-35 corridor is. It's just gas stations. And I just worry, I like the idea of a commercial pad here a whole lot. And I'm appreciative of the negotiating work that you're doing in terms of the fresh foods and these sorts of things. But for me, I don't know how much community building a gas station really promotes. And my worry is that no matter what we do in terms of beautification along Southwest 15th Street, ultimately, and for those of you who are struggling right now to follow me, I understand, that's fine. It's the reason that struggle is happening is because for the last 70 years, this country has just gas station, gas station, gas station. And it went away from the old mom and pop main streets that my parents and grandparents grew up in Texarkana and in Idabel, what Paseo is, what Capitol Hill is, what Stockyards is, what Britton District is. That's my vision, that's my love, that's what I love. I love it. I literally wake up in the morning thinking about that work. And I think, I'm not kidding, that is my passion, that and teaching. And I'd like to see, have they even submitted designs? Because my worry is when we front along Southeast 15th Street, a sea of filling pumps Who's going to want to walk alongside that? Ask yourselves, does that make you feel good walking alongside filling station pumps? Does it put you in a good mood? Does it make you go, I want to go on a walk and get a breath of fresh air? Like I'm saying, good. Some of you are coming along for the ride on that. So this is not about you. This is, you're doing good work. I'm just saying, do we have an opportunity to think design here so that this isn't, the depression we see in The Sopranos when a character comes back from Europe and he gets off the plane and the very first thing he sees is just billboards and Subway and McDonald's and Burger King and Shell and OnQ, and it's just depressing.
So it's going through zoning right now. So that's when you do have the ability for input on the design of it. I will say that OnQ has been a very good partner in this. They've been very receptive to all of the requests that we have made. So we are hopeful that with that, we can get back to what you're talking about of integrating them into the community. So it's not just pumps. They're able to interact with our community center. They're able to host job fairs, have potentially learning centers there. So that's our goal.
I understand that this is going to planning. I just feel like since this is coming to council for funding, we should have a say in the makeup of this, like what our needs are. And what our needs are, in my estimate here, is I don't want us, I'm 41. When was this, 68? This was built in 68? So if I'm lucky, I got another 40, 50 years, which is about how long it's been since this has been renovated. I don't want people coming after I'm dead and gone, looking at this site and going, man, they really missed an opportunity to build public housing that builds community rather than makes people feel detached from the surrounding neighborhoods, from the river that's just right up the road. Like, the people who live here should have good access to fresh air, river trails, all of that sort of stuff. And a big, giant gas station development becomes a barrier. It just does. And that's no shade on OnQ. So I guess my question is, you say they're being a good partner, like, is there an opportunity for them to work with planning and really be creative about the design? I know I'm thinking outside the box here. I get it, and I can almost get to yes on this. I'm just saying, like, I would like to see us think differently. Am I the only one who's thinking like this? I don't. Okay, good. I'm sorry. I know it's a bit outside the box because this is how we've done things, but I'd like to kind of slow down here and hear a little bit more from our OnQ partners here.
Councilman Cooper, as a former planning commissioner, I can guarantee you that the mitigation measures the planning commission will take between that OnQ, which if it can't go at a corner of a highway and a major street across from a huge economic driver in our neighborhood with Dell, then where else is it going to go? There isn't another convenience store or gas station for these people to come get a soda, a pop, hang out, sit under a shade tree. I remember going to 7-Eleven with all my friends and getting ices every day during the summer. The closest gas station is at Portland and 15th, which is a walk through a highly industrial core with no sidewalk. So, not arguing with you, but OnQ is a great corporate partner in Oklahoma City, and I can tell you that the measures we went through at 13th and Classen for the one that's going to get built there eventually were 2 meetings worth of tree planting and retaining walls, and OnQ is very receptive to all that. So, not that I completely disagree with you, but if you can't put a major fueling stop on a highway, where can you put it? And there isn't another one. I'm trying to think where the next one is on I-44, and I can't. Maybe 23rd Street? I know there's not one at 29th Street, and there's not one at 44th, there's not one at 59th. So you almost have to come around on 240 to get to a gas station of that magnitude where you can get diesel and from that point.
Well, just a couple of additional comments. So I'm familiar with this development to begin with, and One of the things I'm real excited about in what they're showing today is the additional access. So you will change how the residents use the access getting in and out of the community, which is going to increase safety for the walkability of the community. So I'm excited about that. Whereas today you've got some folks, they'll come in and they'll drive all the way back through here. Sometimes not what we would like to say is a safe rate of speed. So now they'll be able to access Southwest 15th Street sooner with the new road access that's being added. I have long been critical of OSHA and the projects that they're doing, but after a recent visit, with having the opportunity to visit with the Head Start teachers and kind of what they're being able to do in the facility that they have today, and seeing the plans for the facility that this is going to be able to provide for the children that live right within that community, walking distance from their apartments and stuff, I am excited about that piece of it. The little bit that I do know about OnQ, and I know a whole lot about fueling and interstates. But
oh my God, it must have seemed like an attack.
Not at all. I don't take it that way at all. We all come at it with different experiences and ideas, right? But little things that OnQ I've seen them do in the past are things like dog parks and that are accessible to the community. And I know a lot of the residents in this area have pets and they walk and they do all different kinds of things. And this is access to food in an area that it's not easy to get to food options if you're on foot or on a bicycle. And so it's an incremental step in a direction that I think you're trying to head, is kind of how I look at that. Plus it provides an opportunity for walkable jobs from the complex, and we hope that as many as are willing will come and go to work for OnQ through the job fair that they're promising, and I hope they will do those on a recurring basis, because in the retail industry, recurring replacement of positions is just the reality of the world we live in. So there's a lot of opportunities for that incrementally over time. And the ability to now build new units, not lose any units within the complex, I think is wonderful. And if you look at this projection that's up here, you see all of these housing opportunities that OSHA is also providing services for through this complex. I think it's got more good than it does bad, I guess is how I would say that. I think there is, as Councilmember Cougar said, an opportunity to continue to work with OnQ to make sure that walkability and access from this community and from neighboring communities is available in any way that we can. Oh, and I forgot. The changes that we're making to the storm drain out there after recent tragedies that have happened not too long ago is very important. I'm very concerned about the safety of our children in that complex. I'm real excited to be able to make some progress on that through this effort. That's all I got.
Well, just a couple comments, because as you know, I was going to not say anything, but why not? One of the only things that I will say as far as OnQ is concerned, it is a safe place. So that's one of the things I value about OnQ for the community and in the communities that they surround, is that it is a safe place. So therefore, if something should happen to anyone, that they have a place, a safe place to go in this facility. As we look at the units, that's where I've always had a concern with this development, is the fact that I believe and know that with people perceive what they have experienced and what they have been through, and especially through this, just renaming it from Kerr Village doesn't change what the things that have happened and taken place over the years. Therefore, just replacing 18 units does not, again, speak to the things that have happened or the ways we can better serve, especially from a housing authority, our residents that live within these communities. I I know many family, my parents, my father lived on the south side right across the highway from this particular area. So I'm very familiar with this part of our community as well, and known a lot of folks that lived in Kerr Village and people that called it home. And it's, in my opinion, putting lipstick on a pig as far as trying to look at how we redevelop this area. I do agree, yes, a Head Start is very necessary. Any Head Start in any community is necessary for our kids because we want their minds to grow. But in my opinion, again, I've always had a problem with the fact that with the Housing Authority and the things that we're doing, and we say we want to do, and even with the RAD and those strategies as far as the housing vouchers are a concern for me as well, pertaining to some of those community members who may not be able, depending on how this works and their income and what we know the median household income to be right now, for folks to be able to have housing in these types of facilities. So I'm very concerned. I've been concerned, and I will always remain concerned about those things, especially because of the fact that I have quite a few of those other facilities that are maintained by the Housing Authority within my community that I serve.
Do we have, by the way, I really appreciate, and I can see why you're going to be fun with your planning commission experience. Just listening to all three of you really kind of helped me think through this a little bit more. I guess my concern is, and I have a couple more things after I express the concern. My concern is that since we constructed the interstates in the 1950s all across the country, we've become an interstate country. We don't slow down enough to. It was really nice looking at Councilwoman Young's screen as you were describing, Councilwoman Peck's screen as she was describing this, because when we're looking at the screen right now, one can get a sense of community. One can get a sense of how a person walks, bikes, moves around, goes to job trainings, etc. My worry, though, is we have for so long become this interstate-driven society where it's about, kind of to Councilman Hinkle's point, it's about getting to the next gas station as a destination rather than getting to the next neighborhood, the next historic commercial district, slowing down, spending money within the commercial, at the commercial properties around the neighborhood, right? So like literally in Paseo, I walk out of my front door, I will go buy a slice of pizza at Sauce. I'll go grab a drink at Oso. I'll go grab coffee at Holy Rollers. That is putting back in the sales tax coffers that our city manager is describing. That's how we used to do it. And you can see when you go to the festivals at Paseo how much people love it. You can see when we did H&H 20 years ago how much people wanted to get back to that. And my worry is when we, in this interstate society, what happens is we lose sight of the people who Councilwoman Peck is describing, who live in this area, who need those storm drainage infrastructure improvements. But it's just very important to me that whatever comes from this project, if we're going to approve it, that the people who live here have safe access to Southeast 15th Street in terms of walking. Same too when they are able to get up to the OKC River. Does this project connect them safely to the trails at the river, for instance?
That's the intent. So we're in preliminary planning stages, so you all will still have input in all of that, and we'll speak with the neighborhood and get their input as well.
I think that's great. And then just being able to cross I-44 safely. I don't mean walking on I-44, of course, but being able to utilize the streets that connect to the other side east of I-44, I think is very important. Have we thought about those connectivities?
We've thought about them. Nothing's been finalized. I will say that once our property lines end, what we have control over stops, but we can do our best on our property.
Yeah, what we can do, we can control what we can control on our side of it. And then,
Councilman,
Oh, sorry, thank
I
you.
do know that there were recently, it's, kind of the bare minimum, so not obviously our desired sort of safe and comfortable walkability, but on the east side of the highway, I know some newer sidewalks have been installed in that area in the last few years. So it is better than it was, but definitely as far as like lighting, treescape, all that kind of stuff, there's definitely a lot more that can and should be done, that should be on our radar.
thank you for that, Councilwoman, and thank you. Okay, no, it's fine. Thank you for showing me that. Is there an opportunity I'd like to, if possible, I'd like to chat with OnQ about what along 15th Street looks like. And I'd be even curious, Councilman Hinkle, because of your planning background. I'm just curious. I've been thinking about it a lot, not just with this project, but just the more I see. By the way, when I take a road trip, I don't want y'all to think I'm anti-car and anti the American drive from one place to the next. I love hopping in my car and driving to visit my best friend in Austin, and I have my favorite gas stations as well. But, this community aspect is so important to me. So I'm just curious, is there an opportunity at the planning to talk with our OnQ partners about making sure that 15th Street and their contributions to it make it a, safe, walkable, aesthetically pleasing experience?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool, great. Thanks for hearing me out, everybody, and thanks for the feedback.
All right, any other comments on item BP? Thank you. All right, we're going to go backwards real quick. We don't have anything from you on this. We're going to go backwards real quick for item AJ.
I'm a citizen, I have a right to speak. You
Mr.
ask the lady.
Freeman, we'd also ask police to come in if Mr. Washington cannot.
Sorry, Mr. City Manager, the
Item
lady has my
AJ,
statement in
Councilman
there.
Carter, you wish to speak on this?
Yes, sir. Eric, can we talk about
What's going on
AJ
here,
for a
man?
second?
Mr. Washington, you have signed up for a totally different item at a totally different part of the meeting.
How come you didn't tell me that then?
Because you're not acting with respect.
Mayor, which item are we speaking with now?
He wishes to talk about item AJ.
Thank you.
AJ. So I've had a number of people contact our office about this walking bridge over Northwest Expressway in Wilshire. Because of course, yes, it appears to be completed. I know it's not. We're waiting on some different items. If we could just get a small update real quick.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Again, Eric Winger, Public Works Director. We do have a 2007 and 2017 bond project that's nearly complete, Northwest Expressway pedestrian bridge over near Wilshire. It appears like it's complete. There's actually 2 remaining safety features that have not been received by the contractor that have been installed. There's some additional hand railing and some guard railing that's just not on site yet. We've experienced some supply chain issues. We are expecting to have that hopefully delivered here shortly, and we're looking to actually schedule a formal ribbon cutting and grand opening in mid-June. So working with a contractor closely to get it opened as soon as we can. We just appreciate the patience of our community and our residents as we wrap up the project.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And Councilman Carter, you also wish to speak about item BB.
Yeah, give me just a second, Eric, sorry. So we have a deal with annexations and de-annexations a lot of times, so I kind of wanted to give an explanation as why we put an annexation on the docket for this. As horrible as Wilshire Road is out in Canadian County heading west, we have actually finally come to, it appears, an agreement with the City of Yukon to be able to completely redo this road. And I am excited to see we have had quite the time getting this done, and all the effort from your office. I want to thank you so much for everything that you guys have put in, and the City of Yukon for all the work that they're doing. So if we could just have a little explanation and kind of even a time frame as when we're going to get this knocked out.
Absolutely. And to kind of introduce the item just a little bit further. So we're talking about the annexation of West Wilshire. And this is going to be generally from Cemetery Road, also known as 11th Street in Yukon, clear back to Sarah Road. So it's about a 3-mile length. And it's not uncommon in Oklahoma City where we find a shared road where the center line actually acts as the dividing line between the 2 cities. And so the south side of that section of road is currently in the City of Yukon city limits. The north side's in Oklahoma City, and it's created a real maintenance issue on resurfacing, pothole filling services, related to the roadway. So for your consideration today is the introduction of the annexation for that south 12 feet of Wilshire Road, which would put Wilshire completely within the city limits of Oklahoma City. It will correct any issues with pothole reporting, making sure that the city of Oklahoma City can report to any of the issues that occur on that street. We also have a companion project ready to go that's actually the resurfacing of that 3-mile section that's been in disrepair for a very, very long time. So we do have some companion items coming to future council regarding the funding for that section. We've attempted multiple partnerships, but with this annexation, de-annexation, this will finally put it in a place where Oklahoma City can take a forward step and provide for the resurfacing and future maintenance for Oklahoma City residents along that entire stretch of street.
So we're only taking 12 feet.
So it's only the south 12 feet. We're not taking additional property south of that. So the right-of-way south of that 12 feet will remain in the city of Yukon.
And none of the Yukon residents are going to become Oklahoma City residents.
That is correct.
All right, even better.
In the petitions that actually went out, you know, we did get more than 65% positive support for the annexation. There is 30% that did not respond. We only had 5% responding not in favor. So,
perfect. Thank you so much, Eric.
Welcome.
And on that item today is merely introduction. Okay, and finally on the consent docket, Councilwoman Hammond, item CA.
Yes, so I know when we got a presentation on this item some months ago, there were a few bus stops that I had asked about that were specifically Route 5 that overlap with where the new BRT route will run, and I think like 4th, 10th, 13th along Classen, and I was just curious if we've spoken with Embark about whether those will be, because I'm just curious if they're still on the list as far as like getting redone, if there's a specific reason why they would be, since my understanding is Route 5 will just then pick up at Expressway and Classen.
David Todd, MAPS Program Manager. Councilwoman, I'm not familiar with Route 5.
Okay, it goes up Classen, and then usually it will turn or continue to go up to Western. So essentially all of the BRT route up until Expressway is Route 5. So I remember when we first accepted the list of, I think it was like a preliminary report for bus stops to redo through MAPS 4 for the Phase 1. I remember seeing a handful of those stops along Classen that my understanding is that would no longer be in service essentially because the BRT will be replacing them. So I just wanted to see if we've resolved that.
I'm sorry, I do not have an answer.
Okay.
But my team has worked with Embark, hand in glove on this and the consultant. And I understand that Jason isn't here today,
Okay.
but we can get you an answer on that.
Okay, that'd be great. And I kind of put a note into him, into his sort of inbox to get a report on that. So I think they're probably working on it, but since it was on here today, I thought I might ask just in case you had some information.
We'll get on that and I'll get you
I
an
appreciate
answer.
it. Thank you.
Director Todd, and I actually reached out to Jason as well. The two that I still see on here are 24th in Classen and 26th in Classen. Those are the ones that are Route 5.
Okay.
So, yeah. I think that's the only ones I would have that concern about right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, that concludes the items on the consent docket that had been pulled out. We can vote on the consent docket now, except for the item previously approved. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We're now at item 10, the concurrence docket. We have items A through K we could take with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We're now at item 11, items requiring separate votes. Item A is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 1106 Northwest 115th Street from R1 to R2. And Councilwoman Nice, the applicant, is here but does not need to speak unless there are questions.
Thank you. Looking for my application here. All right, the purpose of this request is to allow a two-family residential use and, oh, this is the wrong one. Is that the right? Yeah, two-family use, residential use and development. One of the things that I did ask as far as a couple things, let's see what I'm ready for, was as far as this land is concerned, I was told it had once belonged to the city, and it was a surplus of our Parks Department. So I do want to make mention, because of that I feel as if when we have these types of situations as far as our city is concerned and surplus land that can be developed, that we look at how we can further as a city develop and maybe partner with whoever we need to do that, as far as we are looking at what affordable housing looks like and the things that we have asked for and needed within our city. And another, I will say, and I'm not sure if this needs to be put in the record, it may not, but I know as I talk with the developer for the project, that we talked about a common area, and they are going to construct a pond and add trails and park benches. So I know that's probably not something we necessarily have to add, but I want to thank the developer for that commitment to this project. So would that be something we needed to add? Again, I didn't think so, but if that's something that needed to be put in the record, okay. Okay, I didn't think so. All right, so with that being said, through all that, I will move for approval.
All right, this is a motion to approve item 11A. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 11B is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission, rezoning 10300 North Sooner Road from AA Agricultural District to PUD 1930. A little bit of housekeeping. This doesn't always come up very often. So Title 11, Section 43105 of the Oklahoma statutes states that protests against proposed changes shall be filed at least 3 days before the date of the public hearing, and if protests are filed by the owners of 50% or more of the area of the lots within a 300-foot radius of the exterior boundary of the territory included in a proposed change, then the proposed change or amendment shall not become effective except by the favorable vote of 3/4 of all of the members of the municipal governing body, where there are more than 7 members in the governing body. In this case, on this application, there is a 77% protest, obviously in excess of the 50% requirement in state law, and also obviously this is a body of at least 7 members. It is in fact a body of 9, and so 3/4 of a body of 9 is 7. So affirmative approval of this application would require 7 affirmative votes, regardless of how many people are in the room. Further, are there any council members who wish to make any opening statement before we begin consideration?
At this time, after visiting with Municipal Councilor Kenneth Jordan, I'm going to have to recuse myself from any discussions or voting on this matter.
Okay.
Your Honor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Understood. Okay. Well, then I also, in the last week, the applicant communicated to me that they feel I should recuse. I don't necessarily agree, but I am not motivated in any way, shape, or form to argue. And so I will step out of the room as well. And so I will turn over the gavel to Councilwoman Hammond, because Councilman Stone is the current vice mayor, but is not here today. And so it traditionally falls to the past vice mayor. I would also add before I leave, there are, and I think Councilwoman Hammond will appreciate me saying this, there are over 60 speakers signed up. That is about 4 hours if everyone were to take their 3 minutes. And so I'm used to saying this, and so I'm saying it so she doesn't necessarily have to, though she is welcome to. I think there could be a point where comments are redundant, and you might consider not using your full 3 minutes, but I am certain that Councilwoman Hammond and the clerk will probably need to, out of necessity, enforce the 3-minute limit on speakers. With that, I will make my way out of the chamber. I will give all of this to Councilwoman Hammond, who then I'm sure will work with Councilwoman Nice, as this is in Ward 7.
Okay, so on item 11B, let us start with, we have the applicant, Bert Berlanger, and then James Roberts. Oh, David, will you be stepping in for them? Yes, okay, so start with you then.
You'll give me just a moment to get my boards out here. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, and we have a host of folks that are going to be speaking. I know you've all been inundated with emails, calls, perhaps social media, other types of communication. And so we're going to do our best, given the unique nature of what the state statutes require, and even though I'm not good at math, I know that I can't count to 7. So we're going to try to be as concise as possible, just to build our record to be able to go on to the next step. So we do have some people here, though. I have Zach Roach and Richard McCallan with Ideal Homes. We have 2 separate engineers here on floodway drainage matters, an additional engineer, Jim Roberts, who is an aquifer expert, and then Bert Belanger and Michael Laird, who will touch on various aspects of the Fair Housing Act and what we believe this application represents relative to that. So real quickly, by way of a short history lesson, this is the second time that this particular piece of property has been subjected to a rezoning application. I'm not sure how many people were on council the last time, but it was a different developer. At the time, I represented the landowner, and we sought to rezone this as straight R1. There was no PUD, there was no layout. It was R1, and it allowed people to just use their imagination, which led to a lot of concerns. It was ultimately denied by City Council, and at the time, we were told by not only Planning Commission, but the Council, that if this comes back, it needs to be in a PUD, so proper controls can be put in place to manage the concerns that were raised. So prior to even filing this PUD, we had a neighborhood meeting. We had it in a format where we had multiple tables set up so that there was an engineering piece, zoning piece, planning, comp plan piece, so we could have more one-on-one conversations. The 3 main concerns that came from that were school, density, traffic, trees, drainage, and aquifer. So we started by going back to the drawing board and reaching out to the school. We had it in mind originally that we could give the school 5 acres to build a school site, so we engaged with the school. We learned that 15 acres was what they actually needed. In working with the school, the site plan that you see on the screen now, the school sent us contact of their architect, and the architect for the Oakdale School sent us the site plan showing what their prototype looks like in terms of the ability to put it on the map and kind of see where it would fit. So we moved forward towards Planning Commission with this concept with the school where you see it located right there. Now, in addition to that, we have 3 different development types in here. You have 2 that are similar, they're single family, and a third of the lots are a senior product. So it's a gated community for empty nesters with high HOA dues. The HOA dues go to cover landscaping, maintenance, all those things. They have 12 different projects across the metro, and 84% of the residents in those projects are 55 or older and empty nesters. The Friday before Planning Commission, we received a letter from the school district saying that 15 acres wasn't enough and they don't like the location. Now, Richard McCallan is an individual that has designed neighborhoods for many years. He designed it in this way so that all the kids that live in that neighborhood could utilize walking trails and other things to get to the school without ever having to touch a street. The school said we don't want that. We want it on the hard corner, and we also need 20 acres. So we once again pivoted and were able to, over that weekend, come up with the site plan that you see before you. That is the site plan that went to Planning Commission. That is the site plan that staff reviewed. In your staff report, you will see that staff recommended approval. You'll also see that Planning Commission recommended approval. What we've done is carved out 20 acres for the school, and in the PUD, we aren't allowed to do anything but a school site. The question was raised, well, what if the school walks away and doesn't want anything to do with this? Well, if that's the case, then you'll have a 20-acre open space at the hard corner. And if that's the will of the school, so be it. but there'd be no way to back into putting houses there without additional approvals. So we think that a 20-acre school site allows for the Oakdale Public Schools to have some strategic planning for their long-term students. So density is what we heard. Originally, it was around 800 units. What we're down to now is approximately 650 units. Again, a third of those are a senior product. So if we look at the comprehensive plan, this is in the urban low-intensity LUDA. What that tells us in the comp plan is that the target density range is 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre. We are now at 3.35 dwelling units per acre. So we are below the target that the comprehensive plan has stated is the density goal for this area. The reason being, we have access to water, we have access to sewer. You're going to hear about traffic, and so what Johnson Associates did was run a brief traffic analysis. The city typically won't start looking at widening the street to 4 lanes until the average daily trips are in excess of 10,000 per day. Even at full build-out of this neighborhood as proposed before you, we don't touch the 10,000 mark. Simply put, there is no traffic out there. Then we heard about the aquifer. So most of the homes out there are developed at a time before there was public water and public sewer. So most of them are on well water. We will have public water, so we won't be on aquifers. We won't be depleting the aquifer. And in fact, in a moment, I'm going to have Mr. Jim Roberts come up here. What he is going to testify is that we will actually increase the rate of recharge to the aquifer. The reason being, right now you have an undeveloped site, and in a big rain event, the water will sheet flow off. Well, we're going to detain it. And by detaining it, it works just like a lake, where you will be able to actually increase the recharge. I want to focus real briefly before I turn it over to Zach Roach. So, as the council is aware, August 13, 2021, the City Council, at a cost of $187,390, commissioned the Housing Affordability Study. That's really what this case is about. Do we, as a city, think that affordable housing and providing different types of families the ability to live in a good school district is important? If we look to the findings and the language in this, what it says is, why is this important? It says, affordable housing is necessary for improving economic security for all. Moving on, under the resolving the housing issues will require integrated strategies. It says, an increase in density can be accomplished, for example, by building more homes on less land and having smaller lots. These are tools that could make housing more affordable for people in our community. That's exactly what this application seeks to do. And finally, one of the key issues identified in the community and stakeholder engagement process was housing type diversity. If you look at the area surrounding this, you won't see housing type diversity. It's large lots, very expensive homes. What we believe this application represents is an opportunity to bring a diversity in housing type. Open this up for people that could otherwise not afford the very expensive homes that exist around it, and provide the Oakdale Public Schools a wonderful opportunity to long-range plan with a 20-acre site. So with that, I'm going to have Mr. Roach speak, then it'll be Jim Roberts, and finally, Mr. Burt Belanger. So if there's no questions to me, I'll turn it over to Mr. Roach.
Thank you, David. It's a loud mic. Zach Roach, 1320 North Porter, Norman, Oklahoma. Today I want to touch on just some of the philosophy that guides us in Ideal Homes development, and specifically how that philosophy applies to the development at hand. You know, we are very much an inside-out builder and developer. By that I mean this. We focus on common areas, on drainage ways, on walking trails, on parks, playgrounds, and amenities, and we start with that in mind. This isn't something that's an annoyance. This is an opportunity for us. We take our communities and we literally knit the housing, the streets, the things that we do around this central core idea of amenities and creating context and creating community and space. You know, one of the things that I'm very excited about on this particular development is the interconnected walking trail systems. Homeowners will have the opportunity to walk from the north side, get on a set of walking trails, go all the way down the south side, go to a proposed school site. And this is a very important part of this community because as we encourage walking, we do two things. One, we can reduce traffic inside the neighborhood, but also we can encourage healthy lifestyles within the neighborhood as well. So that's something that we hold important. That's a foundational and contextual piece of what we try and strive for at Ideal Homes in this community. And this community will be no different than any one of the other dozens of communities we have around the state. You know, in addition to having intentional walking trails, we're also mindful of how we place those amenities. We abide by what's called the quarter-mile rule of development at Ideal Homes. And what that says is generally people are willing to walk about a quarter of a mile away from where they live. And so if we can be intentional about how we place those community amenities, place those parks, the splash pads, the pools, the clubhouses, and make sure that people can access them, we can encourage those people to walk and, again, keep that traffic off the streets and help encourage a healthy lifestyle. But it's not just enough to be intentional about the placement of those amenities. We also want to be very thoughtful and mindful of how we place those walking trails and how we knit those walking trails together within the context of that community. One of the ways that we'll achieve that in this specific community is by taking those walking trails, bringing them away from the highly trafficked areas and down to the water's edge. And this presents a unique opportunity for us, what we envision our children and young families being able to go and see the red-winged blackbirds, be able to see the cattails, to see the tadpoles, and be able to go and play with those. So we're going to bring that natural area in, bring them down to that water's edge, and create a space for them to play that's a little different than traditional amenities. You know, I have 3 children of my own. We live in an Ideal Homes community in Norman. I have a similar setup in my own backyard where we've got a walking trail and a drainage area. And my kids have got 2 large parks that they can walk to, but I'm here to tell you that my kids spend more time getting dirty at the drainage areas and the walking trails, making mud pies, poking at frogs and turtles and snakes with sticks than they do at those traditional amenities. And so developers have done a good job historically of creating parks and playgrounds that you can go to and have a fun time with, and there's nothing wrong with that. But what we want to do here is we also want to have a non-traditional play place. We want to have a place where you can get creative, where you have limited rules, where you can throw rocks, you can scrape your knee, you can have a little bit of fun and do it in a safe context. Another way that we're going to have a commitment to quality community is the way that we use sightlines in this community. And so one of the hallmarks of an Ideal Homes development is creating safe spaces within the common areas. We do this through 2 primary layouts, and you'll see this on the proposal we brought in front of you. We've got an area where we've got homes backing up to that common area. We use a 4-foot, what we've dubbed a social fence, so that people can look out of their backyards and see their kids playing. And we also have areas where we've got just good sight lines, so we're making sure to keep those sight lines clean. Again, as I said, I've got 3 children, and one of the struggles that I have as a dad is how to create and how to be intentional about letting my kids be independent. You know, I want them to grow up. I want them to get out of the house someday. And the only way I get to do that is by making sure that I'm intentional with giving them opportunity to function on their own. So what we do at my house is we send the kids out the backyard, and we've got eyes on them. We can see them in those common areas of my backyard. That makes me feel safe. But it's not just myself looking at my children. It's also our neighbors looking at those kids. We believe in community parenting, and so when I have any one of my kids that have a scraped knee or a bruised elbow, I'll get a text from one of my neighbor, and likewise, I can do the same thing for my neighbor's kids. So it's really a community parenting aspect that brings this together and creates those safe spaces in these common areas for kids to go. You know, another aspect of this is David touched on the type of housing product that we're going to have. This is really exciting for me. One of the hallmarks of an Ideal Homes development is the multi-generational opportunities that we have within those developments. I actually have 4 generations of my family living in my Ideal Homes development in Norman, which is really cool. And we see this all over. And the primary reason we see this is because of how we knit our communities together, how we do those walking trails. And so we expect and anticipate, given the different levels of housing product that will be in this community, you'll have that same thing. I can actually send my kids to go see grandma, send my kids to go see great-grandma on those safe walking trails, and feel totally comfortable that they're going to get there safely and everything is going to be okay. So touched a little bit about the philosophical ways that we address these. I also want to just talk about the personal importance that this community represents to me. You know, this is an intensely personal experience for me. Some of you may or may not know, I actually grew up in Edmond. I went to Edmond Public Schools. My dad, Mike, was a science teacher at Edmond Memorial High School. We were a family of 4 living off a teacher salary. Didn't have a whole lot of money, but we had 2 things going for us. We had a 1,000-square-foot house that was a very affordable house in the heart of Edmond, and I had access to good public schools. And so I had a commitment to education in my household, and we were able to leverage that public schools, quality schools in a safe neighborhood, in a safe community to provide access to quality education. And from that foundation of education, any success I've had, whether it was going to college or grad school or even appearing before you today, I owe a lot of that to having an affordable home in a safe community in a great school system. We think this project represents another opportunity to bring families who look a lot like my family into have that same shot at having a good, affordable home in a safe community, in a great school system, and in a great area of the city. So I'm very enthusiastic about this opportunity, and I would humbly ask for your vote.
Zach, I got a question. A neighborhood this size and the normal schedule of things, how long would it take this to build out, provided we don't have catastrophic something happen? I mean, is this a 5-year project, a 10-year project?
Target rate on this one's right around 7 years. Any other questions?
I do have one. I know I see the presentation that we have up on the screen, and I know after this was passed through Planning Commission, we had continuous conversations about the floodplain. So I guess my question is this the presentation we're using, or are we going with the one that was last presented when I met with the neighbors and you all, or where are we as far as what plan you are presenting today?
Sure. We're committed to the plan that we provided you to give to the neighbors, that being the plan where we could commit that the lots would be out of the floodplain.
Okay.
We could add that as a technical evaluation if needed.
Is there a visual of that?
No, we didn't. We do not have that yet.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, I'm going to have Mr. Roberts now speak.
James Roberts. I'm a hydrogeologist here in Oklahoma City. I've been practicing hydrogeology for over 30 years. And I'm here to talk about the recharge issues that have been raised. As was alluded to earlier, if you'll notice that there is a drainage course and a surface impoundment or detention pond located on the north end of the property, and then the drainage course enters the property from the south. That eventually feeds into the Deep Fork River. With respect to recharge, one of the things that typically happens is that in this area here is that you have runoff that would just flow on off and flow into the Deep Fork River. As a result of having the detention pond and the little drainage basin in the center of the property, that will actually provide enhancement to recharge in the area by providing passive recharge to the aquifer, similar to what happens with Lake Arcadia up to the north, as well as Lakes Thunderbird and Lake Draper. With respect to recharge to this general area, we understand that homeowners are concerned about the water levels dropping in their wells locally. What we have found what I have found based on review of Water Resources Board records and well reports by drillers is that the wells, the domestic wells in the neighborhoods, have all been super concentrated together. They're located within a few hundred feet or less of each other. And what happens when you have the super concentration of wells such as this is you get what's called interference drawdown. And as drawdown continues to occur and you have interference drawdown, you get localized depletion in the aquifer. Now, as far as recharge to this area of the aquifer, the whole recharge to this entire area comes from about a 200 square mile recharge basin that lies to the south. The subject property we're looking at is about 200 acres and therefore would only represent 0.2% of the total area of that recharges this area of the aquifer. As far as, like I said, as far as the issues related to groundwater depletion and lowering of water levels, that's a function of the wells being spaced too closely together in the aquifer, resulting in interference drawdown and localized depletion. So what's happening in that case is the rate of withdrawal in the area exceeds the rate of recharge. That's why you're seeing localized depletion in the local neighborhoods and in the domestic wells. Any questions?
And then finally, we're going to have Mr. Burt Belanger, and then I'll get up and briefly wrap it up, if that's okay.
Members of the council, my name is Burt Belanger. I live at 13513 Cobblestone Curve Road here in Oklahoma City. I represent Ideal Homes as Coast Counsel. Over my 40 years in commercial real estate, I've been involved in affordable housing, both as a lawyer and as a developer. In 2003, I was before this city council a number of times, as well as the Edmond City Council, facing what I'm sure are going to be the same objections you're about to hear from the opponents on this PUD. As in my cases, Ideal Homes has given, and I understand given to, in connection with negotiations, a number of concessions with nearby property owners, all of which moves Ideal Homes away from what they do better than anyone in Oklahoma, which is build and sell homes affordable to the first-time home buyer. Despite the concessions, what we're really dealing with here is the acronym NIMBY, not in my backyard. Under both state and federal law, but particularly under Federal Housing Act, it's illegal to unfairly discourage the development of housing of various types and price points. Using the political process to erect barriers to housing is becoming the rule rather than the exception, I'm afraid. This is why our whole country is in an affordable housing crisis by every measure. In the last few years, I've watched this phenomenon gain traction here in Oklahoma and the metro area, starting along I-35 near the city of Edmond, where the tool of a referendum election is now, in my mind, bizarrely used to defeat nearly every apartment zoning proposal in that city. Now, those that oppose this development are emboldened to bring the same NIMBYism back to Oklahoma City. After 2003, Oklahoma City's mayors since then, and city councils since then, have understood that NIMBYism cannot stand or prevail when it comes to housing for our citizens. I urge this council to reiterate that position in this case. Thank you.
Real briefly in closing, I would point you to the staff report. Again, staff analyzed this against the comp plan, against the surrounding neighborhoods. They recommended 3 TEs, which we agreed with. The Planning Commission, at the time of the hearing, asked us for 3 additional TEs, which we agreed to, which you'll see on the front of your staff report, and then we can agree to an additional one today as it relates to lots within the floodplain. This is a unique area, and what you see are homes that develop before sewer and water. What we are proposing is what you expect to see when you have sewer and water. Frankly, it's one of the least dense developments you've seen in several years on this size tract. We are below what staff and the comp plan tells us is our target density. We're at 3.35 units an acre. We've carved out land for a school. I believe this developer has done everything he could do to create a great neighborhood, attract people that can provide a quality education for their kids. With that, we're happy to answer any questions, and we'd ask for a vote of approval.
Mr. Box, I
Yes.
think I only have one question for now, and then I'll look forward to 4 hours. Do you have any anticipation regarding the cost of these homes?
If you don't mind, I'm gonna have Mr. Roach respond to that.
Okay.
These homes are going to range in price from $270,000 to around just north of $500,000.
Thank you.
And if I could, part of the reason that we ended up where we are is all of the accommodations that we've made. They wanted larger lots. It's basic economics. The bigger the lot, the bigger the home, the bigger the home, the costlier the home. They were concerned about school-aged children. So a third of these lots are going to be senior lots. Those tend to be higher-priced homes. So all of the restrictions that we've placed on ourselves is what has driven costs upward, if any.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from council? Okay, so now we will move on to, and what I'm going to do is read the next person and then the person after them so that person can get ready. So J. Kelly Work will be next, and then after that we will have Brad Holtz. Come on forward, Mr. Work.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor and members of the council. My name is Kelly Work. My address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304, and I am appearing on behalf of a number of property owners in opposition to this proposed PUD 1930. As you all are well aware, there is significant opposition to this requested rezoning from the surrounding residents and the people who live in the area. As has already been mentioned, the legal protest, the written protest that has been submitted from property owners within 300 feet is now at 77%, and protest signatures that have been submitted in writing now total 737 as reported in the memo to the council for today's meeting. The residents of the Oakdale area recognize that the subject property is going to be developed for residential use. The high density and incompatibility of this proposed PUD with the surrounding neighborhoods, together with the consequential impact on the natural environment, are the main objections for the residents of this area. This proposed PUD with overly dense lots packed into the buildable area outside the floodplain is incompatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. And I know that most of you are probably familiar already, but just to give you the flavor of the surrounding residential areas, to the north is Oakdale Valley, where the average lot size is 11,000 to 12,000 square feet. To the east is Autumn Park, which is currently being developed with new homes and many under construction. The minimum lot sizes there are 30,000 square feet. Autumn Park was approved as a PUD in 2018. To the west, across Wilshire Road, is the White Fences neighborhood, which is characterized by 5-acre tracts. Oakdale Meadows, to the east of Oakdale Valley, extending to Air Depot, is comprised of 1-acre lots. Oakmont along Britton Road between Sooner and Coltrane is 1.75-acre lots. Casa Bella, also along Britton Road, is 1-acre lots. This proposed PUD 1930, reduces the regulations that would otherwise apply in the R1 district. So the minimum lot sizes that would be required under this proposed PUD would be 5,500 square feet instead of the R1 minimum of 6,000 square feet. The minimum lot width under the PUD would be 40 feet instead of 50 feet in R1. The minimum front yard setbacks would be 14 feet instead of 20 feet under R1. Minimum rear yard 5 feet instead of 10 feet. Corner side setbacks 5 feet instead of 15 feet. And the maximum lot coverage, and this is significant for a variety of reasons, but the maximum lot coverage under the terms of the PUD would be increased to 65% from the maximum that R1 allows, which is 50%. The applicant has been mentioned, although it's not been displayed here today, has presented a conceptual plan showing 655 lots. Most of those lots are substandard and below even the minimum code requirements of R1. 499 of the 655 lots that were shown on the conceptual plan that was presented to us, or 76%, are below the 6,000 square foot R1 minimum. As I mentioned, the only requirement under the terms of the PUD with regard to lot size is a 5,500 square foot minimum. This proposed development would effectively preclude any tree preservation outside of the undevelopable floodplain. And in the meetings that we've had with the applicant, they have acknowledged that all trees would be cleared on every lot, every one of the proposed lots. So where on that plan that was depicted earlier in Mr. Box's presentation, wherever you see a lot on that plan, the trees would be cleared. This proposed development would be a radical departure from the surrounding area. As you will hear a little bit more about later from Dr. Bert Fisher and geologist Frank Patterson, many homes in the area depend on water wells. The density of this proposed development would adversely affect the recharge of the underground aquifer. It also would likely increase the likelihood of flooding in the area, a development at this level of density. I do have a couple of exhibits that I would like to present to you. The first is, which is Exhibit A, if you could, Mr. Martin. This is just an aerial image of the Oakdale area, and there at the southwest corner is the intersection of Britton Road and Sooner Road. So then you can see the pond there that exists on the 200-acre subject property, and then Oakdale Valley is to the north and White Fences to the west, and then the newer Autumn Park is fronting along Britton Road immediately to the east of the subject property. If you could then put up Exhibit B, Mr. Martin. This is the Valencia Ideal Homes development that they directed us to as an example of an Ideal Homes project here in Oklahoma City. This is located at Northwest 178th Street between Pennsylvania and North May Avenue. And it is a much larger development. That extends up there. You see Northwest 196th at the north end. But it just gives you a flavor of the level of density that would be presented with respect to the proposed development at the subject property of PUD 1930. Mr. Box has referenced the gross density number of 3.5, but you have to understand that is artificially low because of the significant amount of floodplain area that is undevelopable. So on their preliminary plat that was filed as a companion item with this application when it was first submitted, they showed approximately 62 acres of floodplain and pipeline easement that is undevelopable. So it does artificially, in our view, make that density number appear lower. The developable area and the density that would be proposed in that area would be comparable to what you see, we believe, in Valencia on this exhibit that's before you. Mr. Martin, if you could please put up Exhibit C. One of the environmental issues that is mentioned in the staff report is that there is a significant portion of this property that is covered by the upland forest. This is an exhibit taken from the comprehensive plan that depicts the presence of the upland forest in the light green. There is a red star there where the subject property is located, so you can see most of the upland forest that exists on this property is outside of the floodplain area. We had Dr. Chad King, who's an associate professor at University of Central Oklahoma, prepare a report about the subject property, and he discusses that the property is part of the Cross Timbers ecoregion and is primarily comprised of oak-dominated forest. His estimation of the age of the many oak trees that exist on the property range from 80 to 120 years old. The comprehensive plan addresses these issues with respect to the environmentally sensitive areas that are on the subject property. Mr. Box referenced the urban low recommended or designated density at 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre for single family. Under the terms of the plan, that language is qualified with language which states gross density may be allowed to decrease to 1 dwelling unit per acre if a project is adjacent to rural densities or will preserve designated environmentally sensitive areas through policies included in the comprehensive plan. And the staff report notes, the staff report to the Planning Commission notes the several environmental sensitive aspects of the subject property. The first, of course, is the Deep Fork tributary that runs through the site. Staff report recommends maintaining a 100-foot buffer from the stream banks. As I mentioned, the staff report notes that a significant portion of the property is covered by upland forest, which is designated as environmentally sensitive. The comprehensive plan has a preservation goal of 80% of the upland forest where it exists to this extent on a particular property. Outside of the floodplain, as I mentioned, the trees would be cleared as part of the development of this proposed PUD at this density. The staff report also addresses the underground aquifer and states that it is considered highly vulnerable to depletion in this area. The comprehensive plan recommends preserving natural open spaces and utilizing low-impact development techniques whenever possible in order to maintain water quality and allow for infiltration of stormwater on site. The staff report states, preserving trees on site would assist with on-site infiltration of stormwater. As I mentioned, in this PUD, the only requirement for lot sizes is that they must be a minimum of 5,500 square feet. There is no other requirement. The comprehensive plan encourages a gradual transition between smaller and larger residential lots. This proposed PUD would establish a very abrupt and incompatible transition between the surrounding neighborhoods, which are significantly less dense. The proposed PUD is overly dense and incompatible with the surrounding areas. It fails to protect or even minimize the impact on the environmentally sensitive areas that exist on the subject property. If approved and developed as proposed, it would dramatically and adversely alter the character of the area to the detriment of the natural environment and the surrounding neighborhoods. If you could, Mr. Martin, I'd like you to put up Exhibit D. Part of the discussions that we've had with the applicant's representatives and with Councilwoman Nice, where we wanted to provide and prepare an example of a development that in our view would be more sensitive to the environmental sensitive aspects of the subject property, and that that could be viable and feasible to be done. And so what you see on this Exhibit D is a conceptual development plan that we prepared and presented in our meetings with the applicant. And what it shows is a single-family residential development comprised of approximately 376 lots that would range in size from 6,000 square feet to 11,200 square feet. So a diversity of lot sizes. And the other thing that it would allow to be done is it would allow a significant percentage of the trees on the property to be preserved, which was our main objective in its design. Kenyon Morgan, who was the original developer of Oakdale Valley and some of the other neighborhoods in the area, assisted us with preparing that alternate conceptual plan that you see there on Exhibit D. When we first met with the applicant back in December, at least the first meeting that I was in attendance at, they represented to us at that time that the price of homes in this area would range, with their proposed development, would range from $300,000 to $600,000. So that has changed over time, and you heard Mr. Roach's comments today about that, but that's what was represented to us back in December. And so I think it's questionable for the applicant to characterize this proposed development as being a supplier of affordable housing in Oklahoma City at those price points. I will just leave you with the thought that in our view, this is an opportunity for us to do better than what is being proposed with this PUD. And we believe that it is possible for there to be a development that is done of this property for residential use that is more thoughtful, that is more sensitive to the significant environmental sensitive areas that are present on this property, and that it can be done in a way that is feasible and viable and still affordable. And so we think what is before you today is inappropriate, it's too dense, and we would request that you deny PUD 1930. And Madam Vice Mayor, with your permission, we do have, and I know there are a number of people that have signed up to speak, we do have an order of presentation, so with your permission, we would request that we go, and that the order, and this is going to sound like a lot, but we'll try to be as concise as we can. The order that I have is Brody Ward, Teresa Green, Frank Patterson, Bert Fisher, David Logan, Sheridan Haynes, Lauren Toppins, Natalie Shirley, and Sean Fulkerson. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have of me, either now or later, and if not, I'll ask the next speaker to come forward.
Kelly, I have some questions.
Yes, sir.
In evaluating dwellings per acre, isn't it always based on total acreage, not developable acres?
That's correct, and I'm not disputing that the number is incorrect. The point I would make to you and the other members of the council is that for the area that is outside of the floodplain, which is undevelopable, that the density is going to be essentially the same as what you see in Ideal Homes Valencia development, for example, and that what allows that to happen is this, both the reduction in the lot sizes below what R1 would require, which is 6,000 square feet, the reduction in the setbacks from the front, side, and rear yards, and the maximum lot coverage, which is allowed to increase from 50% to 65%. So it permits a pretty dense development.
If they were coming in here with a straight R1 zoning, you guys would still be here. In fact, I have a feeling if they were coming in here with what you guys proposed, there would be a lot of you that would still be here.
I would disagree with that last point because there was a lot of thought and consideration given to that alternate proposed plan that we presented. And I think if something like that were presented today, I don't think we would be here in opposition.
Okay.
We recognize that it's going to be developed, and really the question in our view is whether it's going to be done in a way that doesn't have that level of coverage and that is not at that level of density. So, but I appreciate your question.
Kelly, can I please see your list? I want to make sure, just for the sake of just making sure we're being fair to everyone, that I have a yellow slip for everyone that you mentioned, and I didn't catch everyone. So if I could see the list, pull them out, and then we'll go in that order and then do the rest.
May I just preside this to you?
Okay, so we will start with, I do have, where did it go? Brody Ward and then Teresa Green. And I will just say, so for both the legal representatives for both parties, I did allow to go past that 3 minutes to provide that, but this is where we will start that 3-minute rule. So at 30 seconds, just so you're not surprised, the city clerk will give you a reminder. You also have your reminder up on the screen. So not trying to be, cut you off or anything, but your legal representatives on both sides did get to present over that 3-minute mark, and we just want to make sure that we keep this moving, and I'll just remind you, if you can state your name, your address, and then keep your comments to those 3 minutes. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, understood. Hi, my name is Brody Ward, and my address is 9200 North Sooner Road. I'm speaking to you today to request a vote of denial on PUD 1930. First, I would like to touch on the overwhelming protests of this PUD from community members. There have been approximately 800 signatures collected in opposition, and that is from a community of roughly 1,500 addresses. Every HOA president is opposed to this PUD and has collected signatures from their homeowners. Our legal protest currently stands at 77%. On this diagram, everything that is shaded in green is part of the 300-foot legal protest that is signed. When compared to R1 zoning that was denied for the property in the fall of 2021, this PUD is actually worse in the eyes of Oklahoma City's comprehensive plan. When considering the fact that all 3 environmentally sensitive areas are present on the property, being the upland forest cross timbers, which date from 80 to 120 years in age, the Garber-Wellington Aquifer, which is designated as highly sensitive and prone to depletion, and a riparian stream of the Deep Fork that flows into Lake Arcadia. The comprehensive plan clearly states that when any one of these environmentally sensitive areas is present, the PUD should look to protect the environmentally sensitive areas. This is likely one of the few pieces of property in Oklahoma City that you're going to find all 3 environmentally sensitive areas on, so it is a unique situation. The PUD does the opposite of protecting against the environmentally sensitive areas, even when compared to R1 zoning that has already been denied. While the only logical way to protect the upland forest, aquifer, and riparian area is to increase lot size and decrease lot coverage, as Jeff Butler stated at planning, this PUD does the opposite by calling for up to 670 lots, which is what it allows for. It allows for 3.35 times 200, of which over 75% would not meet the R1 minimum lot size. To compound the issue of decreasing lot size, the PUD requests to increase lot coverage from R1 50% to 65%, which flies directly in the face of the comprehensive plan. This 30% increase in lot coverage results in 14 more acres of the developable property being covered by rooftops instead of yards, trees, and other penetrable areas. One thing I also would like to address on the concept of affordability is, by increasing the lot coverage, they're actually putting larger homes on those lots. So the statement that was made earlier that the concessions they've made are making the homes more expensive and larger is actually the opposite of what's going on here.
30 seconds remaining.
I would also like to address the claim of compromise on behalf of Ideal Homes to the community. If we take the fact that R1 was denied due to concerns on density and its numerous effects and consider that minimum R1 lot size is 6,000 feet, then a logical conclusion is that allowing a minimum lot size of 5,500 square feet as proposed in the PUD is worse for the environmentally sensitive areas compared to R1, which was again denied in 2021. For all of these reasons and many more that would exceed my allowable time, I urge you to deny this PUD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Teresa Green, and then following Teresa, we'll have Frank Patterson on deck.
And I hope you'll start my clock now, because I'm introducing myself now. Can we start it at 3 minutes now? I timed it. Okay. Hi, I'm Teresa Green, 1065 Timber Oak, 9917 Hidden Hollow for 17 years before that. I'm an Oakdale area resident for over 20 years now. I also own property in the Plaza area of Oklahoma City, very sensitive to community and the sense of community. When we decided to make a home in Oakdale, we did our homework first. Both zoning and long-range plans by the city indicated an area that would remain rural in nature. I stood here in September 21 expressing concerns. I'm here again, speaking about a proposal that is just as bad, in my opinion, as the one denied back then. One of the primary concerns remains compatibility, an important tenet of land use planning. More specifically, concerns over density not compatible with the rural nature of the area. I have eliminated slides, so let's start at page 3. You'll see that 76% of the lots proposed, as we mentioned, do not meet the R1 minimum, 6,000 square feet of land per dwelling unit. In addition, most of the homes have a lot size of 0.13 of an acre, a lot size smaller than the smallest lot size in any Oakdale neighborhood, one that equates to almost 8 homes per acre. The next 2 pages provide aerial views. You've seen those before. The land is zoned AA. So turn to page 7, and I want to show you the proposed PUD and what I believe is its latest iteration. There have been several. Please notice that the only land preserved is the unbuildable floodplain. Page 8 shows you an ideal homes neighborhood. I've driven many. I have driven many. This is Red Canyon Ranch in Norman, which developers also said was comparable. I drove it. I drove it 2 years ago. I continue to drive it. This is Google Earth's most recent view. However, today these sections and several more have been cleared of all trees and replaced with a sea of rooftops. Page 9 shows Ideal Homes Greenleaf Trails, another Norman neighborhood offered by them as similar to us. Page 10 shows you this sort of density next to the land in question, but more importantly, on page 11, you see this density next to Oakdale Valley to the north. Page 12, next to white fences. Next several pages continue to show this density next to the neighborhoods that exist in the Oakdale area. Oakdale Meadows, Apple Valley, the estates of Apple Valley, Lakeside, River Oaks, Casabella, Oakmont. My question to you is this: does this density look compatible? Does it look rural? Not to me. I think these images clearly show PUD 1930 is not compatible with the rural nature of the surrounding area and existing neighborhoods. Page 20 is the language actually pulled from the
30 seconds, please.
Development Guide, which shows 1930, the average lot size, and we've already talked about this, so I'm going to move forward just showing that it's not compatible to adjacent rural densities. You're allowed to make adjustments based on those adjacent rural densities and environmentally sensitive areas. I am asking you to deny this PUD because it is just as incompatible as the development denied in 21. Please protect the rural nature of the area. We would love to welcome new neighbors, I promise you, on that beautiful piece of land. And it is feasible for a development to be done at much lower densities and where houses are affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Frank Patterson, and then on deck will be Bert Fisher.
Good morning. I want to introduce you to the community's concerns about the offer. My name is Frank Patterson, 11301 Countryside Court. I'm a resident of Oakdale. also a geologist with 40 years' experience. As you look at the area of Oakdale, you cross I-35 and you get into a very important recharge area for the Garber-Wellington aquifer. And you're all aware of that. It runs all the way from North Oklahoma City all the way down to South Oklahoma City. As you look at this 200 acres, it's very important to the Oakdale community in that we're at the very northern end of a 1,726 acre drainage basin, not 200,000 or 2,000 or whatever was stated before. We're in a small drainage basin. All the water flows through that drainage basin through this property. A lot of water on this that lands on this property is infiltrated into the reservoir, into the Garber-Wellington, and that's what feeds the reservoir and the aquifer as it moves to the northeast. The water flows from this property to the northeast towards most of our wells. If this proposal is approved, the acreage will be clear cut. The surface that now allows water to filtrate into the system will be decimated and replaced by hard surfaces, and the water will just run off and never get into our reservoir. Why does this matter? The reason it matters is within a 1.5 mile radius of this area, we have over 460 private water wells that rely on the water from the Garber-Wellington for home use. If you widen that just a little bit more over to about 2.5 miles, you get to 600 private wells. So those wells, as was stated by Kelly, are already having difficulties where the aquifer's under stress. People are having to think about re-drilling their wells. We have no other options. We can either re-drill, which will be very expensive, and we don't have a lot of aquifer left to penetrate, and that'll be discussed momentarily, or we can extend existing city infrastructure, because city water does not come to our neighborhoods. So we will have to pay for that extension, pay for that development within our neighborhoods. It's just really a difficult situation.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. So we're kind of in a bind, and anything that will damage the aquifer is a big deal to all the neighborhood. And so I'm here fighting for that purpose. If this is approved, it sets a precedent for future developments. It'll be very hard to decline another dense development in the area, and the whole aquifer recharge system could be upended. The next speaker is Dr. Bert Fisher. He has 40-plus years of experience as an environmental geologist and hydrologist. He's adjunct professor at OSU since 2012, teaches master level hydrogeology and environmental geoscience. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. After Bert, we will have David Logan up.
Try not to be duplicative of Mr. Patterson. Just to give you an idea of where those wells are with respect to the proposed PUD 1930, they're there. There are 437 domestic wells. It is a pretty high density. Okay. This is an area, you can pull that down, Frank. This is an area that is important, very important to recharge. From the USGS report on the Garber-Wellington, the darker colors indicate a greater rate of recharge, and there's a sub-groundwater basin that's much smaller than the whole aquifer, and the development is right over a significant area of recharge. Okay, the wells there don't penetrate beyond about 300 feet within that 1.5 mile area, and there's a reason for that. And this is the reason, is that although in the USGS report you'll see a map of base of fresh water, and it's hundreds of feet below the surface, what it's actually based on is a value of 5,000 parts per million total dissolved solids. That would be brackish water. US EPA's secondary standard for drinking water is 500 parts per million. So if we put this in context here with respect to salinity when depth, what it really says is we have really can't drill much beyond 300 feet and anticipate depth, anticipate encountering water that meets EPA standards for drinking water. It's too salty. One thing that Ms. Patterson indicated is this is a large drainage basin that necks down right into this development. And in this development, the sides, the slopes are fairly steep next to the drainage way. Okay. And one of the questions that's been brought up, wouldn't this actually increase recharge? Not really. The development here will increase prompt discharge from the PUD area itself by quite a bit. And based on looking at stream stats computations, which are USGS publicly available method of looking at discharge from streams, if we don't change the depth
30 seconds, please.
the retention basin, you can't store all the water. So water is going to be going downstream from the excess discharge, one, and would build up upstream because it reaches an impoundment. Okay, that one. So in fact, the rate of infiltration through the soils here is fairly low. They're sandy loams, they're high recharge things, but if I put the amount of just the excess stormwater in place, it might take up to 60 days for it to actually fully infiltrate, just the excess stormwater. Okay. So if we have excess water from here, we make no provision to store it, it'll increase flooding downstream and would back up upstream. The only solution would be to greatly deepen the retention basin that is present here. There's excess water that needs to be dealt with. And thank you. If you have questions, I'm ready to respond.
Thank you. Next, we have David Logan, followed by Sheridan Haynes.
Thank you, council members. I'm Dave Logan, 6308 Northeast 104 Place. Nearly all the land in the proposed development is within the upland forest and contains hundreds and hundreds of mature trees. It's also in the Cross Timbers ecoregion, and these are really big beauties, these big blackjacks and post oaks. They're gorgeous trees, some of the specimens. I think it was mentioned that biology professor Chad King at UCO spoke to the age of these things. They're 80 to 120 years old. When these big oaks and even the cottonwoods reach that age, you can easily expect them to double that. They'll be around much longer than we are if we can hang on to them. The aerial map that I passed out is kind of just a color chart of tree height. It only goes up to red, which is 40 to 50 feet. Some of them are that plus a little bit more. These really are big, gorgeous, oxygen-creating, carbon-gulping, aquifer-enriching trees. They're first growth. They're quite the specimens, many of them. The notion of clear-cutting that, and they pretty much have to, as has been described, you pretty much have to clear-cut all of that to make this development. That's in direct conflict with the sustain OKC and the green OKC elements of the comp plan. They very carefully crafted in the comp plan ways to deal with environmentally sensitive areas such as this. The PUD that's been submitted addresses really almost none of that. The surrounding neighborhoods have dealt with that in various ways. You've seen some of the highlights of how they look today. This probably started back in the 80s with careful lot placement, strategic locations for common areas, and even streets to some degree. That's how they got tree retention. Less density, careful placement of houses, common areas, and streets. This can be done again. It is possible and it's viable. We're not opposed, the surrounding neighborhoods, to housing development. We are, excuse me, ready.
30
to welcome
seconds, please.
New neighbors, and an alternative that can preserve trees and address our respect to the environment really is viable and possible. It deserves a careful, thoughtful PUD. Clear-cutting 120 acres of upland forest should be unthinkable to us. There are sensible alternatives. Again, they are, excuse me, they are viable alternatives. So we ask you to reject this PUD in favor of one that addresses this environmentally sensitive area. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next is Sheridan Haynes, followed by Lauren Toppins.
My name is Sheridan Haynes. I live at 11500 Countryside Court, and I'm a member of the Oakdale community. I want to talk about a major concern to us, to the residents, and that is traffic. The impact the proposed development would have on the infrastructure of our rural roads is dramatic. The roads in the surrounding area are 2 lanes, no shoulders, no street lights, no bike lanes, and obviously no public transportation. They are rural roads. The addition of this neighborhood would severely increase the traffic past what is currently safe. Contrary to what was stated earlier that there is no traffic, traffic studies indicate high traffic counts, which would increase dramatically with this new development, and no improvements to these roads have been funded or even planned. For Britton Road, west of Sooner, ACOG shows 4,609 trips per day currently. East of Sooner on Britton, ACOG shows 4,323 trips per day. A traffic study by traffic engineering consultants showed over 6,100 more trips per day with the proposed number of homes in this development. This is on top of the projected 750 additional trips per day that is being added by the fairly new development Autumn Park that is just to the east. In total, you are looking at an increase of approximately 9,700 trips per day on 2-lane rural roads. This is in an area that saw over 150 wrecks, 6 of those fatal, in just 4 years alone. In the past month, we have unfortunately seen 2 very serious accidents in this area. It is also an area that is popular for bicyclists, making the increased traffic that much more of a concern. In addition to traffic, I think it's important to clarify, it was stated earlier by the applicant that they're building homes for teachers and for generations, for kids to come back and raise their kids in Oakdale. That already exists. It's important for you to note that approximately 35% of the teachers and staff at Oakdale already live in the district. And there are numerous families sitting in this room today that grew up in Oakdale, live miles from their parents, and are raising their kids, and they're all sitting in this room today.
30 seconds, please.
That is something that already exists. So for the negative impact on the rural infrastructure and for the other reasons that you have already heard and will continue to hear from my neighbors, I ask that you please vote no on PUD 1930. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Lauren Toppins, followed by Natalie Shirley.
Lauren Toppins, 12001/Pine Drive. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning, and it was very important to me to come up here and represent the neighborhood, or not the neighborhood, the community, as well as I felt that some of the stats that have been given were a little bit misleading, as well as I feel one of the most important issues that are being addressed here is affordable housing. It's something that our city needs, our state, our government, our nationwide we need. But some of this affordable housing that has been brought up, the price point, the square footage that has been proposed already currently exists. I'm a real estate professional in Oklahoma City, as well as in Edmond and the other surrounding communities, so I am knowledgeable with this, so I wanted to provide you some additional facts. In the last 90 days, 25% of the homes transactions were under $300,000. In the last 6 months, 52% of those transactions were under $500,000. I know we heard a number earlier today that's talked about what the ideal homes or the proposed PUD would, those price point of homes, and so I thought it was important for you to understand that that does exist so in the last 90 days, 25% were under $300,000. In the last 6 months, 52% were under $500,000. And if you look back, it says in the last 6 months, the average homes that were sold, the square footage was under 300,000, or were under 3,000 square feet. The actual square footage average was 2,982 square feet. The median price was under $500,000. The median price for the last 6 months in the Oakdale community that feeds into the school district was $495,000. Homes exist already in that price point and are currently available and are having transactions in in the Oakdale community. And so I thought it was important to make sure that that information was available. Please consider this in your denial of PUD 1930. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Natalie Shirley, followed by Sean Fulkerson.
Good morning, Councilwomen and men. My name is Natalie Shirley, and I'm appearing in opposition to PUD 1930. I live at 5200 White Fences, but where I really live is in a community of hardworking, involved, and caring residents exercising their rights to be heard. Kids in our neighborhood play in the streets, and the adults gather to talk and fellowship almost nightly. In the last ice storms, my neighbors came over and covered my wellhead. A couple of the neighbors rescue every dog that is dumped out there and find homes for them or keep them. My neighbors have baked us banana bread, and another set of neighbors baked us dog treats. We are united in our desire for further development out there, just not this development. The proposed density will wreak an environmental disaster. Others have and will talk about various issues and problems, but I want to bring up just two. Number one, runoff and resultant flooding. Without this development, we already have significant runoff and flooding anytime the area gets significant rain. Clear-cutting the land and then hardscaping a large part will create runoff of possible catastrophic proportion. In 2010, Sooner was so flooded that many surrounding neighbors were trapped for days. Britton Road was washed out. And just 2 years ago, in 2021, Britton Road washed out again, although it was repaired pretty quickly. This new development will exacerbate the runoff and flooding in disastrous ways for residents and ultimately the city. Number two, the comprehensive plan calls for a gradual transition between lots that are not at least 60% of the adjacent lots. The entirety of the east side of the PUD is adjoined by lots nearly 600% the size of the lots on Ideal's plan as presented. This clearly fails to comply with the comprehensive plan, which we as a city believe should guide us. In the name of profit, there needs to be a responsible rebuttal. Yes, there should be development of this property, but not one that rapes the land and leaves the current nearby residents worse off. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sean Fulkerson, followed by Brad Holt.
In the interest of time, I'm going to defer to the end. I think most of the points have been covered, but I want to close for the group.
Okay, thank you. Brad Holt. I may have lost him. I'll hold on to it just in case he does show back up. Trevor Hayes is next, followed by Jim Green.
Hi, Trevor Hayes, 9700 Misty Hollow Lane. I'm coming to speak kind of more towards the financials of the development. The city's own comprehensive plan states that this specific area is the most cost-intensive area to develop. And not only will it use tax dollars inefficiently for everybody's district, it will tax emergency services and utilities. They mentioned affordable housing. Affordable housing goes where existing infrastructure already exists. I'm a developer in my everyday life, and I understand the expense that it takes to get these utilities out to these rural areas. So very adept at understanding that this isn't the way to create affordable housing, as they say they have done. Excuse me, a little bit sick. That's all I have.
Thank you. Jim Green, followed by Jim Vana.
My name is Jim Green. I live at 10625 Timbergrove Drive. One quick question. Is the city prepared to extend urban services to this area if this goes through? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jim Vana, followed by Brett Riley.
Hello, Jim Vanna, 9001 Allison Lane. I sat through the entirety of the Planning Commission meeting, and I was informed then that that traffic study that was brought up was a 2019 study, probably an early 2019 study, so we do have traffic. My concern is, obviously, I live a half a mile from here to the south. Hello? I live a half a mile from here to the south, and I have been flooded 3 times over the last 15 years. I've had to muck out my shop building, muck out my basement. My pool was flooded, which flooded the basement. I know that I'm a geologist as well. I've had some hydrogeology. If you approve this, and we do have problems, my question is, what is our recourse? What am I going to do, and all my neighbors, if we don't have water? It would take a lot to bring city water to us. If we can't drill deeper because we're going to hit salt water, what is our recourse? I would like to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Brett Riley, I couldn't quite hear. Someone said something. Okay. John Ungerecht, hopefully I said that correctly, followed by James Effinger. Okay, going once, twice for John. Okay, we'll move on. James Effinger, followed by Carl Johnson.
Sorry about that. Good day. My name's James Effinger, and I live on 8904 Acreview Drive. My wife told me to stay on task here, but I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. My wife and I both come from blue-collar homes. My father never earned over $700 a month until I went to the Army. We were both first to go to college. We both worked full-time jobs doing it, and I mowed yards on the weekend. And if it wasn't for the GI Bill, I don't think we would have made it. We're both retired teachers. And we have a lot at stake here. I don't have an asset portfolio. My home is my portfolio. With a great deal of sacrifice, my wife and I bought our home 16 years ago. It has no city water, no city sewage. We depend on the aquifer. each and every day. Our property, as most homes in this area, has a well and a septic tank. We depend on city planning to keep our aquifer viable. In 2011, a large fire spread across our neighborhood. Several homes were destroyed, 3 on my street. If not for the actions and bravery of the firefighters, I'm sure many more would have burned. But we had a safety net, home insurance. Today, I am worried and stressed. This proposed housing addition is a big step in creating an environment in which the aquifer won't have an opportunity to replenish its water supply. If PUD 1930 is approved, other developers will copy Ideal Homes' vision of affordable housing.
30 seconds, please.
Clear-cutting, putting houses on tiny parcels, concrete most of the green space, and put a small park in a flood zone near a creek. I grew up in affordable housing. The house before I had this house was in affordable housing. I learned to catch a baseball in the backyard. We had a park, open fields. We learned how to catch baseballs, hit a baseball in those areas. This is not affordable housing. Affordable housing doesn't mean a bad place to live. I lived in affordable housing, and it was a good place to grow up. The aquifer is the life support of this area. Without a viable aquifer, my house ceases to be a home. This is our 5-alarm emergency. No safety net. No insurance to cover the loss. We depend on your actions to protect the residents and their homes in this area. This Ward 7, this Oklahoma City. I'm asking you to please vote no on PUD 1930. I want to add that I'm not opposed to housing developments being built in the area, but they should build better tomorrows for all. No Oklahoma City resident should worry about losing their water source for any reason, particularly one that is preventable. Thank you for your service to Oklahoma City and the residents of Oklahoma City.
Thank you. Next, we have Carl Johnson, followed by Jim Hines.
Hello and thank you. My name is Carl Johnson, 600 Northwest 4th Street, Oklahoma City. I'm also the new superintendent to Oakdale. I emphasize new, very new. The school's not here to take a position on this. We're a public education. We're public education and want to accept every family that comes into the school. I would never want a family coming into the school thinking that we did not want them there. However, there are some concerns about the burden with growth, and I've had one conversation with the developer, and the thing I would like to see is the 15 acres that are proposed to sell to the school. They would not give me a price, and it concerns me at this point that we didn't have a price for that. That is an issue that the school's going to need to take care of and start planning for early on. We don't have that money sitting in the budget right now. We're going to need to make plans for that. So I think the residents are doing a much better job speaking to this issue than I, so I will let them if you don't mind.
Thank you. Jim Hines, followed by Nick Gray. Jim, going once, twice. Okay, Nick Gray, followed by Kelly
Hello, this one? All right. My name is Nick Gray, address 11717/Pine Drive in the Shadow Ridge neighborhood in Oakdale School District. I don't want to continue to talk about a lot of the things that have been talked about, but I did have a couple of just concerns that I wanted to talk about. I am speaking in opposition of this. I feel like I have a little bit of a unique perspective in that I grew up in this school district. I've lived in it almost my entire life. There's almost nothing that's changed about city services in the last 40 years in the area. All the roads are still two-lane roads. There's not even a stoplight out by Oakdale. So there are a lot of traffic concerns. I'm not a geologist or anything, so I can't speak to anything at that, but we do have a water well on our property as well. So I know a lot of people are concerned about that. We're not opposed to housing districts like everybody else has said. We just think that this one is just a little bit of a square peg in a round hole based on the information that we have seen before this meeting and today. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly McDonald, followed by Nicole Cook.
Hi, I'm Kelly McDonald. I live at 11812 Gwendolyn Lane in the district. I would like to point out basically that you can say affordable housing, but when my husband and I got married, our affordable housing was a 20-year-old house that hadn't been renovated in 20 years, and we bought it for $75,000. Excuse me. So you could say for the first-time homeowner, affordable housing, and from $270,000 to $500,000 that you're going to offer, that's not affordable housing. That's not first-time homeowners. We do have Autumn Ridge, Oakdale Gardens, Woodland Hills, Oakdale Park, and even Abe's RV Park that offers affordable housing. And you might think that an RV park doesn't count, but there are 20 trailer houses to the back end of it that are full of Oakdale kids. Woodland Hills is manufactured homes. So there is an alternative to jamming in houses that are not affordable. Thank you for your time. And I oppose the PUD 1930. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Cook, followed by Jeff McDonald.
Good day. My name is Nicole Cook. I live at 5301 White Fences. Please protect the upland forest. Please protect the Garber-Wellington aquifer. And I oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff McDonald, followed by Katie Higgins. Taking a guess.
Hello, my name is Jeff McDonald. I live at 11812 Gwendolyn Lane here in Oakdale. My wife has already been up here to speak, and as we know, the true boss in the household is the female. So she's already covered all of our topics, so I will yield my time back to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Higgins, followed by Scott Gleaves. Katie going once, twice. Looking for movement in the hallway. Scott Gleaves, followed by Kimberly Gleaves.
Good morning, Scott Gleaves, 12001 Ecker Drive. Really, honestly, today, the conversation happening is really saddening to me. It's not saddening to the growth of this great city that I've spent my entire 40 years in. It's saddening that we're lowering our standards. That's what's really being presented here today. Nick said it great. We're putting a square peg in a round hole. The city's the square peg, this development's a round hole. They're asking you to shave every corner to try to make something fit. Really, Councilman Cooper, your discussion on Oak Grove earlier just really resonates, I think, with this entire community. It's the vision of what Oakdale has been, what it is, what it will be, and we really just hope that, in consideration of this PUD and our opposition against it, what you said earlier would just, really, I think, maybe resonate through what's being said here today. Really, as this comes down to, there has been, I think, some things that have come across. I grew up with two with a dad that was a school teacher for Oklahoma City Public Schools, and then in administration, and a mom that stayed at home, then went in there. Affordable housing is everywhere. It's already, again, as it's been said in the Oakdale community, I think that that's already been laid out, so I'm not going to spend much time, but I just want to reiterate that. But the last thing I want to bring up that has not been presented today is the Wilshire sewage treatment facility. It's already at capacity. My kindergarten son complains about it on a daily basis, that he is smelling it on the school. There's 130 new properties already being developed in the area that are going to feed this facility. 600 plus more, that's going to vastly increase what's being presented to this facility. And again, a kindergartner that's on the playground, that comes home every day talking about the smells that he has to smell, it's pretty heartbreaking, actually. So thank you for your time, and I oppose this PUD.
Kimberly Gleaves, followed by Cheryl Hitchcock.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Gleaves. My address is 11713 Katy Cove. Scott just spoke of pretty much all of our points, but what I do want to say is that I grew up in Oakdale. I've lived out there since the 80s, and so my roots run deep, and it is very saddening, and so I would ask for your no vote on this PUD. Thank you.
Cheryl Hitchcock, followed by Josh Tremaine.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak, but on behalf of respect of your time, my property backs directly up to the proposed PUD. So all of the attention that's been spent on the flooding is true. It comes to my backyard, and I sent you guys a video of that. And the traffic and just the beautiful landscape that will be destroyed, it's true. It's in my backyard. So I just appreciate you denying the PUD. Thank you.
Josh Tremaine, followed by Dan Hall.
Good morning, Josh Tremaine, 5200 Carrington Place. People have already covered most of my points. I'll just say I'm a new resident of Oakdale. We bought our house a couple years ago, and nobody was standing in red shirts when I moved in. So there's plenty of opportunity to move into this neighborhood without clear-cutting every tree outside of my backyard. That's all I have.
Dan Hall, followed by Marianne Rollins.
Dan Hall, 9111 Autumn Road, just south of Britton Road, down by about a mile from where this PUD is. I have, most of the points have been made much better than I can make them myself, but I would say that, you know, looking at it just as a house buyer and as a citizen, you know, it's incongruent. I mean, it's been said legally and professionally, but it's not one against, you know, one for one, putting this development in with the rest of the other developments. And part of it is that the environment, we all love the environment, at least until we start making money off of it. Anyway, I would definitely love to see the council take care of it, vote against this.
Marianne Rollins, followed by Dr. Scott Rollins.
Good afternoon. My name's Marianne Rollins. I live at 5501 White Fences. I live directly across the street from the proposed development. We are not opposed to this land being developed. We are opposed to 655 homes. That is 500 more homes than any other development in our area. Oakdale is a unique corner of Oklahoma City. It allows country living right next to the city, right next to the highway for everyone to get to their jobs. It's full of trees and rolling hills, which is rare in Oklahoma City, and it's sad to think that it could possibly be clear-cut and look like the rest of Oklahoma City. We all put up with the inconveniences of living with wells and septic tanks and the occasional snake. And we do it because we love nature and we appreciate the natural beauty that this area has to offer. A neighborhood of 655 homes devoid of mature trees is simply not in keeping with the surrounding area in Oakdale. Please allow us to keep our rural feel, and I humbly beg you to vote no to PUD 1930. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Scott Rollins, followed by Mary Logan.
Scott Rollins, 5501 White Fences, president of the White Fences HOA. I also represent 14 other HOAs that are all in opposition. I just wanted to make a comment relative to what was said by the first hydrologist relating to, well, some of these wells are so close together that there's, that they're feeding off of one another, and that's the problem with the wells. Well, number one, we don't have a choice. All we have is a well. We don't have another possibility for getting water, okay? Now, White Fences, we're a 5-acre development. My home is directly adjacent to the subject property, which is 200 open acres. My well is already failing, okay? There's multiple wells in White Fences that are failing. These wells are thousands of feet apart, not 200 feet apart. And our only choice, we're already at 250 feet. If you go below 300 feet with most of these wells, you're into salt water. You're into undrinkable water. So we have an extremely narrow band that we can tap into of fresh water. And we're already struggling in our development of big acreages with our wells currently. So that's just a real world experience as opposed to, theoretical hydrology. That's what's really going on the ground right now. So I appreciate you letting me speak and would respectfully request that you say no to this PUD.
Thank you. Mary Logan, followed by Dana Quillen.
My name is Mary Logan, and I live at 6308 Northeast 104th Place in the Oakdale Valley area. I just want to encourage you all with this vote to vote no, but also to encourage you to come out to this section of the city. It is a very unique part of the city, and if development is going to start occurring out there, not just in our Oakdale area, but around the Oakdale area, it would be good for you to come out and see the topography of the land and what will fit on the land itself. This land is not flat like the Deer Creek area where I used to live in the northwest part of the city. And this is a different topography of land, and we need to look at it in a different way. Please vote no for the PUD 1930. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon.
If we can have staff come in and help with the lights, that'd be great. Just
Okay.
put that out there before you get started, because I see them trying, but I know it's kind of a finicky situation.
I kind of liked it darker. I don't see you.
It's a little, okay, so Dana, followed by
My name's-
Amy Reed.
Okay, my name's Dana Quillen. I live at 10040 Forest Glade Drive. I've lived out in Oakdale for 22 years, raised all 3 of my kids there. When I moved out there, we did not build a home, we bought a home. There were approximately 6 to 7 developed neighborhoods. Now there are more than double that. And this is the first time, to my knowledge, that you've seen anyone fight a proposed development. So I think the comment was made that we would be here no matter how many homes they would be building, and I think that's clearly not true. We've never opposed a development. So just wanted to make that point. This is the first time. Please vote no on PUD 1930. Thank you.
Amy Reed, followed by Kelly Ginsburg.
Yes, again, we thank you so much for your service and appreciate the time that you've allowed us today. I'm Amy Reed. I live at 9501 Forest Dale Drive, and so I'm about a mile from it and already having some well issues as well. And we have also lived there 22 years. Dana was one of the first people we met. And so it's been lovely to have that community. And when we looked at updating our home, considered, do we move away and just, we can't give up this area. We love it, and we plan to retire and stay there as long as we can. So please vote no on PUD 1930.
Thank you. Kelly Ginsberg, followed by David Miller.
My name is Kelly Ginsberg. I live at 10013 Forest Glade Drive. Like many others, a lot of the points have been made. What I would like to do is just once again ask that not only when we welcome new residents, but we also protect the residents that we currently have. Like many others, my assets are all in my home. When we purchased the home, we lived in the Oakdale area for 19 years. We looked at, all of the different things. We'd never owned a house with a well, and so with all of the nature and everything, we felt very protected. The city had permitted everything. We felt like the city was fine with how it was. I don't know how we lose our water and our homes then would become unvaluable. I don't know how we bring in water. I don't know that there's a plan for water to be brought into these neighborhoods. They were built on the presence of wells. So I just ask that you consider the current residents as well as new residents and vote no on PUD 1930. Thank you.
Thank you. David Miller, followed by Kristen Tom. David going once, twice. Okay, we'll move on to Kristen Tom, and I apologize, I might be reading that incorrectly, that last name. Okay. Cherie Silver, followed by Scott DeBoard.
Hello, I'm Sherry Silver, 7417 Northeast 107th Street in the Oakdale community. I've lived there for 33 years. This is the first time I've been to oppose a neighborhood. I live at the bottom of a hill, not the property in question, but another hill in the area. I'm well knowledgeable of the flooding that can occur in the area as a portion of our property floods. I just have one simple point I'd like to make. They're talking about a retention pond on the area, that it will somehow recharge our aquifer. Retention ponds retain water. They don't allow the water to seep through. It is important that the water go through, not just run off and become runoff and cause flooding. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Scott DeBoard, followed by Teresa DeBoard.
Good afternoon. My name's Scott DeBoard. I live at 12308 Teakwood Road. Any point that I make today would largely be repetitive with other points that you've already heard. I would simply voice my opposition to PUD 1930. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Teresa DeBoard, followed by Kate Kuplik.
Hello, my name is Teresa DeBoard. I live at 12308 Teakwood Road. Most of my points have already been made, and I appreciate your time today and ask you to vote no for PUD 1930.
Kate Kuplik, followed by Marjorie Wetwiska.
Hello, my name is Kate Kupik. I live at 10900 Old River Trail. My points have been made, and I humbly ask you all to vote no for PUD 1930. Thank you.
Marjorie Wetwiska, followed by Teresa Castaneda.
My name is Marjorie Wetwiska, and I live at 11620 Mill Hollow Court. My points have been addressed, but I just respectfully ask that you vote no on PUD 1930. Thank you so much for hearing all of our voices.
Thank you. Teresa Castaneda, followed by Stephanie Woods.
My name is Teresa Castaneda. I live at 7008 Northeast 104th Street. That's in Apple Valley. I've been there 25 years. I moved out to Apple Valley when I was still in the military. My husband and I have a combined total of 38 years in the military, and we've lived in areas that are extremely dense. And that's why we chose the Oakdale area to move when we were getting ready to retire. I've seen a lot of development in the Oakdale area, and it's not all exactly what Apple Valley is, but it's consistent with what Apple Valley is. And so I just ask that if we're going to develop this area, that we keep it consistent with the rural area that we're in. We all love it out there, and we would just like to keep it the same. So I ask that you vote no on PUD 1930.
Stephanie Woods, followed by Shannon Fison. Stephanie going once, twice. Okay, Shannon. Once, twice. Nope, okay. Kylie Cordell, followed by Bill Schragle. Bill Schragle. Okay. Katie Prout. Matt Spinks. After Matt will be Larry Wallace.
Thank you. My name is Matt Spinks. I live at 10300 East Apple Valley Road. In the interest of time, I won't repeat anything that's already been said here, but I would urge you to vote no on PUD 1930. Thank you.
Larry Wallace. After Larry will be Paul Benar.
First of all, I'd like to apologize. I think I'm the individual that tried to set the mood by dimming the lights. I apologize. City Council members, thank you so much for your service. You're certainly tasked with difficult decisions to provide our city with places that we can raise families and places where, quite frankly, we can choose to live here from any other place in the country, and we choose Oklahoma City. So thank you for your leadership. This is a great place to be, and certainly you've heard both perspectives about this proposed development, and now you're faced in your leadership role again to make another decision that will impact many people. I have concerns about the potential adverse impact of the proposed high-density development, and I encourage you that if you also have concerns about this proposed high-density development, how it will impact the school, the stormwater, the aquifer, the roads, the sanitary sewer, and the impact to the community in general, then perhaps you continue to guide this process to consider other options that would propose a development that is diverse with a variety of lot sizes from small lots to medium lots and even large lots. Envision a development that would preserve the upland forest, that would limit the impermeable surfaces, that would reduce the stormwater runoff issues, would provide better support for the aquifer, limit the impact on the school that is already near capacity, and reduce the traffic burden, and provide a development that is much more commensurate with OKC's comprehensive plan. Basically, through your leadership, I urge you to consider and embrace a development plan that would preserve rural character and natural resources that have defined the Oakdale area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Paul Benar, followed by William Hendricks.
Afternoon, my name is Paul Boner. I live at 10012 Prosper Drive. I am the treasurer of the Willow Oaks Estates HOA and representing them here today. We moved out into that area about 4 years ago. We love that area. We always wanted to live there. I'm born and raised here in Oklahoma. I have, most of the things were just said by the gentleman right before me. They were very well spoken. I think some of the things that concern me the most are the clear cutting of the land and the lot sizes We, as Willow Oaks, just happen to border the estates of Apple Valley, but yet we are only less than 2 miles away from Oakdale, yet we don't get to send our kids to Oakdale. We have to send them 12 miles away to Jones. We would much prefer to be able to be part of the Oakdale system, but at this point in time, we are not. We're all on well water. We get city sewer. We do get other city services, but we're a small little HOA. But we urge the council to think of the area that that area encompasses and what it has looked like and what it has been for many years. And although change is evident and needs to come, I think it needs to become that something more melds into the existing community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. William Hendricks, followed by Blair Ward. Okay, William going once, twice. Blair? Okay. Nathan Higgins, followed by Ed White.
Hello, Nathan Higgins, 10309 Timber Valley Drive. I actually border this property and just ask you all to vote no on this PUD. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed White, followed by John Crosby.
Good morning. Ed White, 11101 Old River Trail. I'm an attorney, and I was in a hearing several years ago, and opposing counsel got up and said that he wasn't sure everything I had said was wrong, but he couldn't think of anything I said that was right. I am here today to agree with one thing that Mr. Box and Ideal Home said, which was that Oakdale is a unique area. This council has done some great things. It has planned some spectacular neighborhoods and communities. There is already an existing community that's fantastic. The best things that this council has done have been things that are either respectful of the existing historical uses but improve upon them, or have a bold new vision for an area. And this council has done both. The proposal by Ideal is neither. It should be rejected, and I ask you to vote against it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm John Crosby. I live at 11400 Old River Trail in Edmond, Oklahoma. I am here today to enthusiastically propose that you vote against PUD 1930 and the development project in this case. Due to the serious threat it poses on the aquifer in the area, as you're aware, the aquifer is a critical resource that provides water to the surrounding communities, including drinking water from Lake Arcadia, one of only 3 water resources in the Edmond community, and its loss would have far-reaching and devastating consequences. On several occasions today, I've heard speakers not related to 1930 discuss to you council members the importance of water. I have seen your eye contact with that speaker. I have seen you nod in confirmation and smiles affirming the importance of the water resource. One thing that's not been considered today about this water resource is they're proposing putting in over 600 homes into this community. Where that water is going to go is going to come off the top of their roofs. And in a community like that, it's going to run into their yards, which have been treated with pesticides and all sorts of things. This is going to go into Lake Arcadia. That is going to be more resources that the community is going to have to pay for through tax dollars in order to be able to feed back into the community so that we can actually consume it. The development project in question is set to remove all of the trees, a significant portion of the grass, and a lot of the above ground above the aquifer. These are the three most significant resources that protect the aquifer and ensure it is able to produce, protect, and preserve the aquifer. The loss of this aquifer would result in a significant reduction in the amount of water available to the local consumers. The potential risks associated with this are massive, not limited to contamination, but also land erosion. If land erosion begins to create underneath the homes that are being built on this, that will guarantee that everybody in the community is going to have to spend more money on home insurance. There are massive implications, not just to the water, but to the overall cost of this community and the taxpayer dollars. Furthermore, the loss of the aquifer would also have a negative impact on the local ecology, and the potential loss of important species and habitats, not to mention financial impacts, which I've already discussed.
30
Given the
seconds,
severity and the risks associated with this development, I strongly urge you to shut down PUD 1930 immediately. There are alternative locations, different strategies that can be used. I am certainly for growth. I would like to see this community grow. This is a community. This is a Tuesday morning. People should be at work earning money, and they're here to to oppose this position. So I urge you, please vote no.
Aaron Wendelboe, followed by Ann Chow Wendelboe.
Thank you for your service. We live at 10709 Green Valley Road. We do not have much to add other than we also humbly ask you to vote no against this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann, followed by Callie Stuckey.
Excuse me. And Chow Wendelboe, 10709 Green Valley Road. We're in the, also in the Oakdale District. And I'd just like to raise a couple points again. I want to emphasize the importance that, and also like to cite a journal article. I actually didn't expect to speak, but I did a quick research. I'm a public health professional by training in the field for 20 years, so I just also like to talk about these variables that the community members have already raised, and also raised by folks who are being paid by the developers, that in terms of the environmental impact, the 100% depletion of the tree canopy is very well cited. It's a recent article in the Journal of Environmental Health and Research and Public Health showing that a reduction in the tree canopy, especially now that I learned it's 100% depletion, is actually going to have a significant reduction on our climate resilience, which, as you have seen in the news, that oftentimes cause displacement of the population. So I like to really emphasize that the environmental impact is so significant for this, with this number of housing units being proposed, that I believe that's, and it's oftentimes irreversible. So that is something that's of extreme concern to us. And number two, the infrastructure, there's going to be, the fact that they cited that there's going to be no increase in traffic is a little difficult to believe, but that stress on the infrastructure, where is that cost who's gonna bear the cost? So would the city conduct an economic impact analysis on that, or would the residents have to take up the cost that, whether or not they're calculated or unanticipated? That's also a question. And also, I'd like to also point out that this not in my backyard accusation, I find it personally offensive, and it's an insult to our community. It's a wonderful community. We welcome new neighbors, just not this type of high density, which is not only is it unfair to the current residents, but it's also unfair to those who will be purchasing these homes. And the argument that this is going to increase affordable housing is also not, well, it's a little disingenuous, to be honest, given that the Oklahoma median household income is $56,956. And if we're going to a price point of $500,000, then it's really not, you don't have to be really good in math to figure out it's not entirely affordable. So thank you for your time, thank you for your service, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Callie Stuckey, followed by Crystal Barbie. Okay. Crystal? Justin Hitchcock, followed by Kara Snyder.
Hi, thank you for your time today. My name is Justin Hitchcock. I live at 10709 St. Michael Circle in the Oakdale Valley subdivision. The points I was going to make have already been covered, so in the interest of time, I will just ask you to please vote no on PUD 1930. Thank you.
Kara Snyder, followed by Lee Higgins.
Thank you for having us today. My name is Kara Snyder, 10209 Berrywood Drive. My husband, Charles, and I have 4 kids, 3 of which are in Oakdale Public Schools, and our 4-year-old cannot wait to become an Oakdale Rocket. Many of our concerns have already been addressed, however, a few have not, and I believe are worth voicing. Oakdale is a community diverse in both families and people. Oakdale encompasses homes found in trailer parks and gated communities. There are rental homes, duplexes, townhomes, hotels, single-family homes, and luxury homes. The price range of a home in Oakdale can be found across the spectrum. There are currently 1,400 to 1,500 homes in the Oakdale School District with a current enrollment of around 730 students. Our school ranges from pre-K through 8th grade. Oakdale Public School started as a one-room schoolhouse over 100 years ago. Our community has clearly grown, and we in red have all benefited from growth since then. But it has taken decades and decades. It has also taken thoughtful consideration for what is best for families in the community. Oakdale's growth has been steady and gradual, allowing the school and community to accommodate growth. Putting in place the necessary infrastructure, acquire land, build facilities, update and maintain playgrounds and football fields, build parking lots, hire teachers, and other faculty and maintenance staff over time. The proposed neighborhood by Ideal Homes will increase our community by 43 to 46% in a matter of just a few years. We who are living in Oakdale agree that that is what's best for our community. Our school will struggle to accommodate that rate of growth so quickly. If just 1 child is added per home in the proposed Ideal Homes neighborhood, Oakdale Public School will add 650 students to our current enrollment of 722. My concern is that the time it will take to plan, purchase land, build a school, hire faculty will take much longer than the rate of growth the proposed neighborhood will add to the community. My concern, and the concern of my community, is that this kind of growth will be overwhelming to our beloved teachers, faculty, and facilities, in addition to the traffic concerns already mentioned. I would also like to point out that each one of us able to be present here today represents a handful of our neighbors who could not be here.
30 seconds, please.
We are moms and dads and healthcare providers and teachers and police officers and retired veterans and active duty servicemen and women and small business owners and single moms and single dads and grandparents, etc. We are across the spectrum in terms of careers and livelihoods. We also represent the most precious of our community, whose voice is not heard today, our children. I have heard it said that if you have something to say at the city council meeting, do not talk about the school, that our argument will be stronger if we focus on other points of concern. I apologize, but I do not see how we can have this conversation without carefully and respectfully talking about our school and the effects that it will have on our classrooms and ultimately our children, in addition to the well laid out points of concern PUD 1930 will have on the surrounding environment. I do understand that this neighborhood has its benefits. Overwhelmingly, to me, it seems like those who will benefit are just a tiny handful of people. With pricing of homes between $270,000 to nearly $500,000, the appeal to consider affordable housing for the first-time homebuyer seems null and void. The benefit appears primarily to be a financial windfall for just a few, and I'm pleading with the members of the City Council to consider the Oakdale community. We are not against growth. Members of council, please hear us. We are not afraid or opposed to it. Oakdale is the most welcoming community I have ever been a part of. Please take into account the sincere desire for our community to be able to accommodate this growth over time, and do not allow the current proposal as it is to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Higgins, followed by Susan Schmidt.
Hi, Lee Higgins. My address is 10309 Timber Valley Drive. I live within 300 feet of the proposal, and I please ask you to deny PUD 1930. Thank you.
Susan Schmidt, followed by Natalie Hitchcock.
Hi,
I'm Susan Schmidt. I live at 5400 Carrington Place. My points have been made, but I would ask you to vote in opposition to PUD 1930. Thank you.
Natalie Hitchcock, followed by Emily Baresi.
Good afternoon. Just appreciating your time. My concerns have already been stated multiple times, so I'd appreciate your denial of PUD 1930. Thank you so much for your time.
Emily. Okay, Renee McClanahan, followed by Rebecca Addison.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you hearing us today. My name is Renee McClanahan. I live at 11725 Cardinal Lane. We are just northeast of Oakdale School and the proposed community. The water, aquifer, et cetera, I'm not a geologist. I'm married to a petroleum engineer, and when we could barely get enough water to turn on our showers, we had to drill a second well this January, and it's not cheap. And we were told at that point that if we have to drill again, we can't. We will hit salt water. So we have already experienced the theoretical. Forgive my ignorance, it's a sincere question. If we have to go to city water, does the city pay for that to come out to our community? I truly don't know, but it is something that is a consideration for us now. Thank you again. I do appreciate each one of you hearing us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Addison. And then Steve Michael will be.
Yes, my name is Emily Baresi. I'm not
Yes,
sure
please
you
go
called me
ahead. I
earlier.
wasn't sure if you might be out in the hallway.
I appreciate that. Yes, we are navigating nap times and meal times to be here. It's very important. When I first moved to Oakdale with my husband 7 years ago, when we first got married 8 years ago, I was the country living girl. I wanted to be way out in the middle of nowhere, but my husband loved the city. We landed in Oakdale. What we didn't count on is the abundant nature, natural resources, the beauty, the community. We have fallen in love with the area. What we also didn't know at the time was that there are bald eagles on Midwest Boulevard in Hefner, and we have some farmland there. But these bald eagles also, they come back every single year. They build their nests, and there are eagles around the Lake Arcadia area, and that area, including Oakdale, is known to the federal government as being a natural environment for bald eagles that return year after year, decade after decade. And by taking down the homes in this proposed PUD, you are running the eagles off. You're eliminating potential areas of not just where they can live, but where they can also find their food. So my big complaint today is has already been made by everybody here. Ryan is making his own complaints too. But nobody has touched yet on the home and the environment of the bald eagles. And they are vital to our area, and they're a source of identity, not just for Oakdale, but for Oklahomans and for Americans in general. So I oppose the PUD 1930. I ask that you do the same. I second everybody's opinions and complaints here. Thank you so much for your time.
Steve Michael, followed by Shannon Goodwin.
Hi, I'm Steve Mitchell, and I live in the Oakdale Meadows addition, which is kind of catty-corner to the northeast of the proposed development. I've lived there 23 years, and over that period of time, seen a lot of change, and I can understand why. We're one of the few areas that has these beautiful trees, and to that extent, I'll tell you that in our neighborhood association, I'm on the design review committee, and we go through considerable pains on the lots that we have. They're 1 acre minimum. When we work with homeowners that are going to build in there, we take great deal of concern to preserve as many trees as we can, even on those 1 1-acre lots. That means not having the house maybe directly parallel with the street, those kinds of things. Another thing that's kind of interesting about our addition is that we've tried, there's been several attempts to have streetlights put in there, and it's been voted down every time because people like that rural setting. It's dark out there, you can actually see at night, the stars at night. And so that's really what Oakdale's a lot about, is that sort of lifestyle. And also I want to talk real quickly about the traffic situation that's been out there. Along Hefner Road, which is a mile to the north, it's a real popular bicyclist destination. And in the past, there's been some bicyclists hit and injured, and a couple even killed out there. We appealed to the city to reduce the speed limit in there, and we succeeded. We got it reduced from 50 miles an hour on this 2-lane road with no easements down to 45. And, you know, we just haven't had a whole lot of luck really dealing with traffic that's come along there. So this addition with this many homes is really going to add to the traffic that comes in there. Oakdale Schools is a real gem, and that's what attracts a lot of young families to the area. And in my addition, I see people driving their kids to school all the time. School buses come through there, and they have 1 or 2 kids on there. Nearly everybody drives their kid to the school.
30
and so
seconds,
when the
please.
600 homes gets in there, there's going to be a lot of kids, and we love them. I've had kids that went through there, and I just want to say that that traffic, when that happens, is really going to impact that area hard. I mean, it's almost impossible to get through there when it's time to pick up kids. Additionally, the traffic north on Sooner Road is going to pick up dramatically because all the shopping is to the north. You have to go up to Edmond. So we have no traffic lights there. It's the nearest one's 1.5 miles away. And I just think that this is really incompatible and it's going to have a dramatic impact on our neighborhood. Thanks for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Shannon Goodwin, followed by James Cromer. Thank you. James Cromer. Jody Heitpar. Apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. Following Jody will be Darcy Oplotnik.
Thank you. My name is Jody Hippis. I live at 10301 Ashwood Drive, and I wanted to take a few minutes to talk about how the proposed PUD 1930 would significantly impact my family if it were to be approved. Our son is adopted through the foster care system, and he's in 2nd grade, and he receives many services at Oakdale Public Schools. Sorry, I practice this. My husband and I are incredibly grateful for the smaller class sizes and the personalized care that he receives, both of which allow him to learn and thrive. If the 600+ homes in the proposed development were to be built, the influx of so many students would increase the class sizes and the student-to-teacher ratio that currently has around 700 children. A new school or new classrooms at the very least would have to be built. These things not only take lots of money, they take lots of time. And time is something that we do not have. Regarding the services that our son receives, which allow him to keep up with his peers and the classroom expectations. We would more than likely be forced to leave our beloved Oakdale community if that were to take place. And I'm asking you to consider children like mine, and families like ours, when you look at the repercussions that such a dense development would have on such a small community. I currently sit on the board of our school foundation, and we have an annual memorial scholarship that is awarded to former Oakdale students who are currently graduating from high school. This year, there was a line in one of the applicants' essays that stood out to me to convey what Oakdale truly embodies. They stated, "Oakdale is a very unique culture. When I talk to my high school friends, that attended other local elementary or high schools, it's clear that what I experienced at Oakdale was special. The close-knit community and the small class sizes create an environment where students are empowered to try all kinds of different things, and when we fail, Oakdale is a soft place to land. Raising a child that has learning differences can be very challenging even on a good day, and Oakdale has certainly been a soft place for my family to land. Mr. Roach from Ideal Homes gave a very heartwarming speech about his childhood and his gratefulness of receiving an Edmond Public School education, and I am also a product from Edmond Public Schools. However, my story looks much different. I unfortunately attended school during a time of significant growth where many of my classes were overflowing with students and half of my classrooms were in portable buildings. That was not the most conducive environment for learning, and quite honestly, it
30
would be
seconds,
impossible
please.
for my child. If the proposed PUD before you was not passed today, that does not mean there will not be growth in the Oakdale area. There are other developers, and the land will be developed. There will be new neighborhoods, and there will be more rooftops. But it doesn't have to look like what's being proposed to you today. I'm asking you to vote no today and allow our community to grow and expand at a reasonable rate, and one that will not only benefit our students today, but will also benefit the students that will be here tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Darcy Oplotnik, followed by Stacy Howarth.
Hi, my name is Darcy Oplotnik, and I live at 10915 Waters Welling Way in Lakeside of Oakdale. And my husband and I own the 16 acres on Sooner between Britton and Hefner, just north of the proposed development. As already discussed by Bart and Larry, the development would be adding a large amount of impermeable structures that will increase the amount of stormwater runoff that will go directly onto our property once the retention pond fills to capacity and begins to overflow, which it will. The land in our proposal will be very expensive to develop due to extreme topography and floodplains. All trees will have to go, and virtually every home will have a retaining wall. This guarantees that these will be the most expensive affordable homes in Oklahoma. In Oakdale, we have multi-generational families living in our community. We care for one another, and we will care for those yet to come. We are all for developing the area, but it should be smart development. I won't continue to restate issues already addressed, but we would offer one unstated point. I suggest this proposal by Ideal Homes is not actually about affordable housing for Oklahomans, but more about the amount of money Ideal Homes can profit on the project. For these reasons, I ask the council to vote no on PUD 1930. Thank you.
Stacy Howarth, and then Sean Fulkerson will be next.
Hello, thank you so much for the opportunity to share some thoughts with you. My name is Stacy Howarth. I live at 9209 Paseo del Vita, which is in Casabella, the neighborhood on Britton, as you approach the area of discussion today. So I don't want to belabor any of the points that have already been made, but I do want to share a different perspective. I grew up in a very small town in northwest Oklahoma. So small, I grew up on a farm, I showed sheep, and I graduated with only 20 people. Is this still working? Okay. For several years, my husband and my family lived in another area of the metro, and we so much yearned for that small community area that we both knew as we were growing up. After many years of planning and researching and visiting different areas, we were elated to find Oakdale. We were so excited to move to that community. In fact, I would go out on a limb and say that most of the people today here in Red spent many years and hours contemplating and evaluating and praying over what they were going to do with their family, and that's how they came to the Oakdale area. In fact, the people in this very room today are the people that welcomed us. The word opposition or opposing naturally carries a negative connotation, but I would suggest that today is the very opposite thing that is happening. The people in this room are the ones that welcomed us. My son's kindergarten teacher is in this room. We've had pool parties with people in this room. What we are vouching for today is the opportunity to preserve and protect the right to support all that is good, the environment, the natural resources, and most importantly, the people. We are not here for negative purposes today. We are trying to preserve the right to take care of each other and everything that is so wonderful about our community. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I respectfully ask you to oppose PUD 1930. Thank you.
Sean?
Thank you very much. My name is Sean Fulkerson, and I'm on behalf of the protest. First of all, I want to start off by saying how proud I am to be here today. This is how government should operate. People should be able to air their concerns. You folks have a hard job. We all know that. But on behalf of all these people that are here today, I'm going to implore you to listen to them. This is important to them. And when I got involved in this, I told them, I said, we're going to do this in a respectful manner. We're going to work through this council. We're going to work through this planning commission, and we are going to do things the right way. And what we've done today is we've given you a clear roadmap. You've heard our experts. You know that this is not the appropriate place for this development. And it has nothing to do with discrimination. It has to do with merit. It has to do with the surrounding area, the trees, the aquifer. When you really think about someone whose only source of water is an aquifer, you have to really, really think hard. And I want to make a record of one thing. I can count. And when I count, I see 6 folks up there today. And there are 2 recusals. And I want to make the record real clear that asked for those recusals. It was the developer. And I think I know why the developer did that. But what I want to do here today is I can't say any better than these folks. We've been respectful. We've done our homework. We've made a cogent and clear argument. Even though that this vote today, they can't get 7 votes. I get that. But let's send a message. Let's let these people know that their work and their lives and the things that they've invested in are important. This council's done so many good things. And today, denying PUD 1930 is the right thing to do. You've denied it before. This one's even worse than the one that was denied before. And there's no question about it. If they want to go to court, they've threatened people with legal action, we're going to go. And we're going to defend this thing to the bitter end. These people care about it. They're here on a Tuesday giving it all they have. And so I want you to hear them, and I implore you to deny 1930. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That does conclude public comment for this item. I would like to ask if any council members have any questions, discussion, or if you would like to make a motion.
I do have a couple things first. I would like, there were a couple things that were right. Well, no, let me start here. First, to everyone that came, that represents Oakdale, I want to say I appreciate your attendance. I also want to say for those who called and I was able to talk to, I appreciate you for letting me know your stance. For those who sent an email, I promise you, I received all of them. All of them. All of them. And I appreciate your passion for your community and for your neighborhood. And for those, especially those that I have continuously met with, I want to, from my heart, say thank you for continuously coming to City Council, to our offices to meet, because I know for all of us, this has been a task as far as us just being able to meet, being able to talk, and being able to hear each other. And not a lot of folks can do that. And I do know there were some times where we did have to say, hold on, let's breathe and let's come back to that conversation. But again, those folks that I have now created and established a friendship and relationship with from us meeting, I say thank you. I don't want you all to feel as if the things that you have said and have presented have not gone in vain, because I definitely take those things into account. So I appreciate everyone's willingness to at least come to the table and all of us to speak together. There were a couple things as I go through, just some notes that I made that I wanted to address, and I'm hoping that we can do that. One was the price for the school, and I did receive your email to the incoming superintendent. Thank you. I did reach out to our developers yesterday and asked them if this has not been addressed, please address that for me. So I will ask you all to do that open and publicly in just a second. And while you're there, if there were some other things that we needed to respond to, especially the one last thing that I did here, and I want clarification myself because from the information that I have received as far as the recusal, it did not come from the developers. So I just want to make certain if that is true, okay? If that's not what I understood and what I had heard from my city staff. And I also want to speak through the Wilshire pump station, and to the Gleaves family, thank you for that. I knew I had some information on that, so I asked the city manager to help me get an update on that. So I want to let you all know what we are looking at. So this was, as far as March, was an update of 3 or 4 weeks of an increase of that odor. But the rest of that email continued to speak about a 6-month treatment effort in order to find correct dosing and timing of product to address the odor. So I don't want you to think we just left it alone and you're gonna have a stinky area. You're not. We're working through that. We're gonna continue to work through that, and there's a 5-year capital improvement plan to help us continue to address that. So I just wanna make that very clear today. Just if there are other concerns, please send them my way so we can start having additional conversations if there are some that have been missed throughout that process of that conversation. As far as our traffic infrastructure, I know there were a lot of concerns about our traffic infrastructure. I know, and we can speak to traffic impact fees that will also, if any development that we have through our city, we talk through what those traffic impact fees can bring for the traffic infrastructure that could happen for our residents within communities for that same development or potential development. So I'll start with that, and if we can have, for our traffic impact fees, I may ask if we can have our planning director speak to our traffic impact fees, if you don't mind, and just so we all have an understanding of what that means when we have developments that come along with traffic concerns.
Certainly. Jeff Butler, Planning Director. We do charge impact fees, so each home that is built would have to pay an amount that's based on their square footage, and that Public Works conducts traffic impact analyses or traffic studies for certain areas, and that area has infrastructure planned already, and it is updated. Those plans are updated as needed every few years. So that's kind of the process. If the development were to happen or a development were to happen there, that development would be put in to the modeling, and that would be planned for a future, say, an intersection improvement, or if a widening were needed at some point down the road. Those projects could be built either by impact fees or through a future geo bond project. Happy to answer any other questions.
That's the main question that I had. Thank you. It would depend on the project, so that's where we would have to, and depending on, as far as maybe our traffic commission for some of those concerns as well, correct? Ma'am, hold on, please, if you can answer that.
Answer. The typical timeline for, it depends on the project. So first a project would have to be identified, it'd have to be put in the plan, and the plan's prioritized depending on the need. So it's highly dependent on the project and the need, the speed of development that's happening.
And another thing, as we heard, the GO bond, we do have an upcoming GO bond. So I would like to start working with our residents and our neighbors and our community within the Oakdale area to see what the possibilities of some of the concerns are to add into our next GO bond. And keep in mind, we're still finishing up some of our 2007 projects, even though we passed that in 2007. So I'm not going to say it's a fast process because it's not. We are starting some of our early 2017 projects, and it's 2023. So just be mindful of that. That's the unfortunate part of how this process works. It's not as fast as we would like it to be, and that's very unfortunate. I will ask for Mr. Box to come and address those other questions that we had that I asked as far as this development is concerned.
Sure. So on the school topic, so it's a 20-acre site. 5 of the acres will be donated as a gift. The other 15 will be sold at a no profit made. And so what we can do is a not to exceed number of $55,000 per acre. And if there are cost savings and the development costs less, those savings will be passed on those 15 acres. So a not to exceed $55,000 on the 15 and a gift of 5.
Was there anything else in closing?
Well, on the recusal, one of the council members recused on his own doing. I had nothing to do with it. I raised a concern.
Can I say something?
No, I'm
I
at the
was
podium,
incorrect.
Sean.
I was incorrect. I misspoke.
Okay, then I don't need to address it.
I want to correct the record. I did misspeak on that. I understood that Mr. Carter was going to recuse, and I misspoke. That's my fault, and I take full responsibility of that.
I appreciate that. I just want to make sure. Sure. I want to be very transparent as we continue through this process. Was that all you had?
That's correct. We can address any other questions that the council has. But
Okay. Thank you. Council. And I will ask also Councilman Hinkle, the advantage of you being on the Planning Commission during this process also speaks to what you heard then in comparison also to what you've heard now. And I will say, while we weren't able to get it to fully where we needed to, one of my concerns was removing those homes from the floodplain area because perception is reality. I get that. And that was a grave concern for a lot of folks to say these homes are heavily in the floodplain area. So the developer did agree to remove those, and this was after the Planning Commission meeting. So I do want to make sure that is also said as well. So I will ask for your comments, and if any other council members have any questions or comments at this time.
I have a question. We heard drastically different opinions on the aquifer, and I'm wondering what the city's version of the story on the aquifer is. Do we have somebody that could come speak to us on the aquifer? Because the tap's wide open, the tap is blown closed. And sorry, we have to go from city staff reports. I mean, we have experts here on 2 different experts with the same qualifications, and I'm not.
I will ask folks in the audience, please let
Yeah, we
council
don't need
speak.
comments. We had that opportunity. But do we have someone here from staff that can speak on that?
Again, oh, go ahead.
That's not something that we have studied directly. We could have staff look at that, but I think really if we were going to go out and do that, we would hire someone, an expert to do that. I don't know, we've got someone expert on staff that would do it, but it's something that we could explore if you need that.
Mr. City Manager. Let me say this, I'm sorry, before you speak, that's the unfortunate disadvantage right now with this application itself, because our plan says one thing, and we're at the point where some of our staff says another piece, and we have conflicting geologists saying, to the point of that, saying something else. And this is not going to be the last time this conversation happens, especially in some of our more rural parts of our city that rely on well waters or aquifers or anything of the such. So that's
Jeff,
the
you want to
unfortunate part
approach
of
that from the perspective of what Because what I was referring to is specifically to this area, but to the perspective of what the plan refers to, how the plan addresses that.
Yes, so the comprehensive plan does, designate this aquifer as having some vulnerability, and that's sourcing other documents from the state and so forth. So, but what City Manager Freeman is talking about is absolutely correct. If when we get into a PUD of this nature, or the City Council, Planning Commission does have the ability to further study any particular issue that they feel is necessary. So we certainly could go into, hire somebody, for example, and get the level of expertise needed. For example, the the Planning Commission has the ability and has in the past required traffic studies for, when needed. So we certainly have that ability. The comprehensive plan is citywide. The aquifer that this area covers is quite large. So, saying that it has vulnerability is a statement that covers a lot of ground, quite literally. So, but understanding that this specific area has its own specific issues.
I have a question regarding this real quick, just so I make sure I understood what you said combined with what I think I already know. And that's that both the state and the federal government regulate the waters of the United States and the aquifer systems, and that the city relies on the information from both those entities when we make decisions related to the comprehensive plan, question mark?
We do. We rely on information, regulations, data from both the federal and state authorities.
Okay, thank you.
And at the same time, it's a case-by-case basis depending on the development that is presented.
Sure.
Where my concern has been from the beginning of wanting to understand more about the vulnerable aquifer, what that means as far as how that truly impacts this area, how this truly impacts other communities that have similar vulnerable aquifers in comparison to this type of development, also in comparison to bringing city water and sewer to these same places or developments as well. And that's where I've learned so much more about aquifers I did not know I could. And I think I can, we can all say that. That was one word I did not know a lot about until this came along, but I'm grateful that it took this for me to understand it, but at the same time, it's still conflicting because of what we're dealing with as far as this development is concerned. And while city water and sewer definitely complements any type of development, when you're paying the developer is bringing that in, that always complements a development. I understand the concerns of all of the things that we have heard each and every person sign up to speak about. So I would hope that in the future, when we have staff reports that come to us, especially that say vulnerable aquifers, that we just take the initiative to find that second opinion as far as us as the city getting a consultant to speak to that instead of assuming what we think may happen depending on that said development as well. Because that leaves everybody in a bind, if that makes sense. Because again, we have the developers have a geologist speaking to the hydrogeologist speaking to that. We have our residents in our community that have specific folks and geologists speaking to that. Whereas our city should also have an opinion, quite frankly, about what this is and what this can or cannot do as far as complementing or supporting a development. So that's where I definitely have a concern overall as far as just the conflicting pieces of what our staff report says in comparison to how our staff also says, yes, this is a viable development. So that's just where I am as far as this is concerned.
Well, and to piggyback on top of that too, as we go through kind of that fact finding that I hear you describing, and getting more information in the future, I wonder what kind of impact, recreational pools have to that aquifer, the turn of the water in private pool situations, not just for the existing homeowners who have a lot of pools, compared to, are we going to allow pools to be developed in whatever gets developed in this area as well, and how that's going to impact both the city water supply and, how it is presently potentially impacting the aquifer. So there's just a lot of questions around that I'm with you on that are very interesting.
If I can, I'd like to address the fact that my name got brought up in that aspect. I had considered recusing myself from this application solely based on the fact that I know a number of the opposing, but I also know a number of the ones that are for it. And a number of you guys are coffee customers of mine, and I was kind of curious as to how that may fit in, but since all of us would have to recuse ourselves if we know people from a vote, it kind of fell on the fact that I know I can judge and be, impartial to this vote. With that being said, after considering the staff report and all the testimony that we've had presented here, and thank you for the ones that just said ditto, that really helps speed things up. I have decided to vote against this application after concerns for the aquifer, after concerns for our school systems, and I'm truly concerned about the use of the affordable housing terminology used just about on any development nowadays. Ideal Homes does a great job for this city and for our state, and they build a lot of great communities. My concern is as our city grows, as our state grows, we begin to lose our identity. And a lot of these little communities like this are the identity of our city. And even the opposing side presented what they felt like would be something that they could work with and they could develop. And so I implore Ideal Homes to take that into consideration if it's not something that you can work with. I mean, we've got a number of builders that are probably listening to this right now that might be able to take that in. So just wanted to give my 2 cents as to why that is and where I'm at. So thank you.
Is there,
I'll just say, well, first, thanks for everyone taking time to talk with us this morning. I have no poker face, so I'm sure some of you saw that there's just some moments where I get a little tired. It was finals week last week, so I had a lot of finals to grade and grades to submit. So I appreciate everyone sharing their perspectives. I also really want to applaud Councilwoman Nice for weeks and weeks and weeks, I'm to understand, of working with Ideal Homes to try and find a compromise with the residents. And that same kudos to Councilwoman Nice in regards to working with the residents. Because of my schedule, I literally I didn't take meetings with folk. I just wanted Ward 7 to Ward 7. My concern is more, this is the sort of neighborhood I grew up in. This is Old Hat, if you've heard me before. And I don't know how many more times this is gonna keep happening where, I know for all of my first term, we moved out to this rural part of the city, and we just thought that nothing would ever come out here, and look at all the nature, and then the developer promised us, and it's just a rinse, wash, repeat. If you've not seen the film Poltergeist, you should do it because it just plays, I'm not kidding, it's the same thing over and over and over again. I grew up in that sort of development, and now, there's like 2 sequels to that development next door with bigger houses and the natural land depleted beside it. And so that's why my words are not empty when I say I applaud Councilwoman Nice for trying to figure out how to, what compromise could look like. I think I'm ultimately not going to be able, if there is an inclination to repeat the applause that you did for Councilman Carter, you can hold it. I'm not saying you were going to, but it's not about that. It's not about that. Because I can sense some tension in the crowd. Yeah, and so, no, this is not about one side winning or losing. So please, don't do that. I would appreciate that. Richard's a friend. I like Richard. I think Richard's a good guy. I have a good friend who lives in your community, Jim Roth, and he's a good guy. And I will not, some of the aggression, I sense it and I don't like it. And that's not good. That's not healthy for our community. So I do look forward to continuing to find ways where Richard and I can work to do some of the work he's done to address homelessness in this city for our youth. I applaud, and it is part of your legacy. And those of you who, in your remarks, got up here and you said affordability, that this project doesn't meet that, then I would implore you, beg you almost, though I'm not one for begging. Councilwoman Nice is right. We have a bond coming up in just a couple years, and you will have an opportunity as we work together to put on that bond incentives for mixed-use, mixed-income housing. One of your community members mentioned the median income for Oklahoma Cityans is $47,000, which means a lot of us aren't, no offense, we don't got pools in our backyards. And those of you who express concerns about housing affordability, I would strongly encourage you for your consideration going into that next bond, that when you have an opportunity to vote for economic development that involves mixed income, mixed use, median income housing, because we have a housing crisis right now, vote yes. Try that. Like, advocate for that. Like, ask your council members to do those sorts of things. Ask for it. Don't just get up here and empty platitude, affordable housing talk. That does nothing.
I guess I have one, from the legal standpoint, we've heard this, but there's no affirmative vote that can happen because we don't have it. So do we still have to vote on it? Okay. Well, I'm gonna, in order for us to vote for it, I'm going to move it forward, and then cast my vote from there in order for us to be able to have our voice vote on this matter.
So is that a motion to approve the item, or?
Well, I'm actually going to motion to deny the item, and I do ask that our council members vote their conscience and vote the way that they wish to. Again, I thank all of our residents and our neighbors for being here, because this has been a long process from the beginning, and I've been there from the beginning that we had the meeting at the school. So I don't want people to think I didn't show up, because I did. You saw me, and I made sure I was there. Even for those who came to see me, I was coming from class, driving down the highway after class, because this was important to me for us to be able to have this conversation. So I again want you to know I have put everything into this that I have thought can be possible. I am again hoping that from the outcome of this, that our city and our staff help me with that conversation that we spoke about previously when it comes to the conversation of aquifers. That vulnerable aquifer situation has to be addressed in a different way for everybody to have clarity about what can and cannot be. That is the problem right now of all of these things that we're discussing, is that there is no confirmation of other than what we see. And what we see, yes, is in print, because now in looking at the the geological study, and let me say this too, if you want some good homework, please read all of this USGS hydrology and simulation groundwater flow, because you will be amazed at what you find out for this process. From that, I'm going to move through this process.
Thank you. So we have a motion to deny. Do we have a second? Please cast your votes.
So again, whatever the outcome is still not a valid vote. So just be mindful of that.
So it is 3-3. It is a tie on, what do we do? Legal, please.
The ordinance still has not, it has not been
Met this
affirmatively
and-
defeated, but it also has not been approved. So in essence, the ordinance has been defeated.
Okay. So the ordinance is denied. At this time, while you all, I assume, probably want to exit the chambers, I'm going to ask for a 10-minute recess, if that works for staff.
As everyone's leaving, just 1 second, we found some keys out front, and so there'll be someone outside here that's got those keys.
Check. Check.
Stand over there, Walter.
Check 1 2 1 2. Check check check. Check. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. C'est n'importe quoi. Test 1 2. Oui. Non. Sounds good.
Do you want to just leave this on in case I have to? I'll just turn that off. I'll come out if it doesn't.
Yeah, I turned it. Microphone's off at the but it's the power.
Okay, we are back from recess. Now, we may have to skip around a little bit because this very first case that's next on the agenda does not have the councilman in the room, but I have every reason to think he will return. So we're going to skip over C for a moment and go to item 11D. This is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 14603 North MacArthur from R1 to PUD 1938. Councilman Stonecipher, no one has signed up to speak.
Thank you, Your Honor. This was approved by the Planning Commission. There are no protests, and so at this time I'd move for its approval, please.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item E is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 11236 Southwest 29th from PUD 1350 to PUD 1939. Councilwoman Peck, no one has signed up to speak.
Mr. Box, this development, sir? Tell me.
Yes, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is modifying an existing PUD to add some additional commercial uses. You will see modified technical evaluations that were added to add some additional protections for the neighbors. As I recall, it was perhaps then Planning Commission member Hinkle, now Council member Hinkle, that requested some of these. So the staff report says protest. I don't recall there being a protest, and I see nothing in the file.
I believe I received information that was in error. So.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Good. That was how I recall it.
Yep.
But recommendation for approval by staff with the TEs that we agreed to, and also by Planning Commission.
Thank you. With all that being said and no protest, I'll move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, we will again momentarily skip item F until Ward 2 Councilmember rejoins us. Item G was deferred. Actually, had 2 people sign up for that, but that was deferred. And then item H, which is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 1323 West Park Place from R3 to SPUD 1510. Councilwoman Hammond.
Yes, can we have the applicant just come explain the project?
Applicant, this is just a kind of a odd corner lot, and we're putting some duplexes on it, or quadplexes. It's been a minute since I've looked at this one, sorry. Pretty straightforward, though.
Yes, it is pretty straightforward. There was no protest, and it was unanimously approved by Planning Commission, so I will move for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item I is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 205 North Douglas from R3 to SPUD 1511. Councilwoman Hammond, no one has signed up to speak.
Sorry, oh, sorry.
Item I.
Item I. Yes, can you just explain the project?
Yes.
Same applicant?
Fallon Brooks, 733 Northwest 22nd. This one was it's a little lot on the corner of 3rd and Douglas. The lot was previously split, and it left the existing building non-compliant. So we're really changing some setbacks, and then we're adding a use of live work. That's really about it.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Well,
Pretty
there were
straightforward.
no protesters, and it was unanimously approved by Planning Commission, or recommended for approval, so I will move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. All right, now we're going to back up a bit to item C. This is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 3200 Northwest 48th Street from SPUD 626 to PUD 1937. Councilman Cooper, no one has signed up to speak.
Yes, but I believe the applicant's representative is here.
I am still here. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So this is a former elementary school. It is the Mayfair Elementary School. It has been many years since it was actually operational as a school. At the present time, it's designed to be an adult daycare facility, but I don't believe that use has actually been operational for quite some time. My client acquired it, and all that we're seeking to do is to allow additional office uses. Councilman Cooper did put me in touch with a neighbor. The questions that they had were hoping that we were demolishing the building. At the moment, we're not. I mean, the plan is not to demolish. The plan is to be able to keep that kind of central piece of that neighborhood there. So, and simply add some office uses, which I believe satisfied the individual I spoke to.
No, it's great. I really appreciate you taking time to talk with Karen. She's their neighborhood association president there at Mayfair West, and this has been a space where their neighbors have met as an association. So sounds like everything went well with that conversation.
Yeah, we text back and forth, and I asked if there was any additional questions. The answer was no.
So when it's rezoned as office, would it still be something open to the neighborhood in that way, do you know?
Sure. There's nothing about this that would prohibit their ability to have a HOA meeting.
Okay. Well, that's great. Thank you, David. And with that, I'd move for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. This is on item C, 11C. Passes unanimously. All right, 11F. Ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval rezoning 1800 Northwest 40th from R1 to SPD 1498. Councilman Cooper, no one has signed up to speak.
And yet there are folk here, and I'd like for them, if they wouldn't mind, just kind of telling us a little bit about this project. Would that be okay? Which one's up there? There it is. Hi.
Hey, good afternoon. So yeah, I apologize. Actually, I wasn't aware. I dropped the ball and didn't realize that this was going to be heard today. So I haven't had a chance to talk to anyone individually on this project, but I'm actually still working on a few things with staff, so I'll just present it real quick. But we probably need to defer 2 weeks to work out a couple small items. But so this was heard a few weeks ago at Planning Commission. Our intention is to develop a corner lot. Initially, we want to do 4 smaller homes, but in speaking with the utilities department, and there's very little right-of-way, we realized it would make more sense to do 3 houses instead of 4 houses. So that all happened kind of after Planning Commission, where we kind of dove more into it, realized it makes sense to do 3 houses. So in changing from 4 to 3, there are a few things that work out, drive cuts and or driver widths, things like that. So we're working with that with staff, so hopefully I think here in a couple weeks we can come back and have updated exhibits, that kind of thing. But otherwise, you know, we didn't have any concerns from any neighbors. We've worked through any kind of utility concerns. So I think as far as that's all concerned, we're in pretty good shape. But I'd love to hear if you have any, you know, since we're here and we have an opportunity to talk about it, if you've had a chance to look at it, if you have any questions or concerns, I'd love to address any of that.
So we're looking ultimately then at 3 2-story homes?
Correct.
For purchase?
Yep.
Okay. Can we go back to the, what do you call that? This one, thank you. What do you call this page? What do we call this? The notice? What is
Call
it?
what?
This page right here. I all these years, I've never known what to call this. It's not. Man, city managers just knocking them out of the park. I mean, I know this is what the what residents in the 300 feet zoning. I know that's what they receive. I don't know what you call this page. But for now, we're going to call it a bit of a guide. Is it my understanding that this is ultimately going to be part of where you all were also looking at from Pennsylvania up to Kentucky, and then ultimately even connecting to this?
They did a spud that you can kind of see it on here, spud, what is that, 1177, just to the south. They did a similar, the client, Omega Investment, they did a similar spud a few years back and developed it into 3 really pretty large home. So actually what we realized on that one is that really, from the market's perspective, once you get to a larger size home, it's just more difficult to sell. It's on the market longer, and frankly, the market is for smaller, more houses with a lower all-in price up front. So the intention for this north one was to do 4 smaller houses that would have a lower price, but we would have to replat it at 4, whereas if you do a 3-house lot split, you can do it administratively. And there's very little right-of-way on Indiana, so we're actually giving up some of the lot for a city easement to kind of create basically some right-of-way. So yeah, for this lot, it just made sense to do 3 instead of 4 houses, but it is a little bit of a continuation of the SPUD that was filed a few years ago, just directly south to it. But that was on 39th and Indiana, so you can kind of see if you zoom in, you can kind of see the 3 houses right there. Yeah. So.
Well, and then I also meant like from Pennsylvania on where.
Oh yeah, that big
come down here where.
It is a little bit. So yeah, they're doing the ones along Indiana there, and then you've got that stretch that's highlighted right there, and then there's a little bit of a corner on the block to the east, north of that church right there. They have that old utility easement basically that is kind of leftover land. So yeah, that we're working on that as well. That's kind of slow going at the moment, but yeah, that's still in development as well.
I think, and I'm guessing going back to the easement conversation for this proposal, there would be like some walkability there on Indiana. Would y'all have room for that?
So we have sidewalks along Indiana there, and yeah, pretty much the property line is on almost on the curb for the street there. So, and I don't know what the history of Indiana right there is, but it's almost like, it's like they took a residential lot or something and turned it into a street. It's really narrow there. So for the lots to the south, we granted the city 8 feet of easement that kind of gave us room for sidewalks, some utilities. And what we're actually proposing, in the SPUD it's 8 foot, but since we've worked with the city a little bit, we're gonna actually grant 10 feet. And that allow us to avoid having to do a water line extension, and we can do water line, like domestic, normal water lines in that easement. So, yeah, and for a sidewalk. So we'll have a sidewalk that wraps around the site.
Cool. Well, I think just heading into 2 weeks from now, my kind of ask would be that both on the north side of the property and on Indiana, that we think about connectivity, particularly to 39th Street, right? So that folk can better connect to the 39th Street district to the west. And then I think similarly 40th Street, any sort of connectivity we can do on that street, really in anticipation of, the upcoming BRT and people in this neighborhood needing to be able to get to class safely, I think is going to be pretty critical.
And to your point, what's nice about this is, they did kind of the first half of this, and they actually did that one before they had acquired the property to the north. And we have that sidewalk that goes north at Indiana and 39th, but then it just dead ends and there's grass because, there just never was a sidewalk there. So what's nice about this is when it is developed, we'll have a sidewalk that's continuous from 39th to 40th, from along Indiana. So.
That's great. Cool. Well, I'll make a motion to defer for 2 weeks.
Okay. This is item 11F.
Yes,
deferring
please.
it for 2 weeks. Can I have a motion and a second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item is deferred for 2 weeks.
All right, I appreciate it. Seeing 2 weeks. Yeah.
All right, before we started skipping around, I think we had just finished item I, and so that brings us to J, which is actually deferred. K is also deferred, and so we're at item L. This is an ordinance on final hearing to close a 125-foot radial utility easement in Lot 19, et cetera, of the near Northwest 159th Terrace. Councilman Stonecipher.
Thank you, Your Honor. Planning Commission approved. There are no protests, so I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11M is an ordinance on final hearing to close the south half of the east-west alley in Block 4 of Chester Hill Addition, adjacent to lots 29 through 36th. This is near Hudson and Northwest 96th. Councilwoman Nice?
Has anyone signed up to speak?
We have not.
Okay, thank you. I know this is a continuation of a previous application, so my concern still remains from the approval of the previous application. As far as us closing this easement, is it does abut a residential neighborhood in some aspects to the north. So I will ask that we continue to respect that resident and in the residential area that it surrounds for this. But other than that, I just wanted to make sure I openly said that. But other than that, I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item N was previously deferred, which brings us to item O. This is an ordinance on final hearing. This is the second of two meetings on this. This amends ordinance number 25,326 relating to the Quarter Shore Reinvestment Area Project Plan dated February 23rd of 2016 and amending certain sections. This was previously presented on, and so today is just final consideration if the council so chooses. So we could take a motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 11P1. First of all, a public hearing regarding a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust approving an allocation not to exceed $21.5 million from increment district number G's Assistance in Development Financing budget category. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak? They have. John Pettis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. John Pettis, 1208 Northeast 55th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73111. Mr. Mayor, I'm speaking on behalf of this project. I also serve on the board of the Oklahoma County Home Finance Authority. We've been working with Mr. Sudel regarding this project, and we look forward to helping with the financing of it to make this project come to fruition. As you know, cost continues to go up, and I think that we need to go ahead and have this thing off of dead center and ask, for your support in this project, the complex.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right, well, that was the only person who signed up to speak under the public hearing, so we'll close the public hearing and move on to 11P2, the joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust approving an allocation not to exceed $21.5 million from increment district number G. There's no further presentation on this, but council could certainly ask questions in debate or make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the item.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. So does this require, it's just a resolution, so it's just a simple majority, right? Actually, we're, I don't know what to do with you. Do you wish to vote on this item? You do? Okay. I hadn't really called it yet. Can we allow Councilman Carter to cast a vote? Kind of walked in the middle of it. How do you wish to vote on this item? Aye? Okay. Well, that resolves that other problem too. All right, passes 5-2. All right, 11Q was deferred, which brings us to 11R. This is an ordinance to be introduced and adopted with an emergency relating to the general schedule of fees, amending Chapter 60 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code by enacting Title 38, Section 6038 1.2. Blah, blah, blah. We need a presentation to understand
So
what this is.
Aubrey McDermott is just going to make a quick presentation on what we're requesting here today to extend some moratorium.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So the history of this is that I think it was last year, a group of commercial developers approached several council members about development impact fees, wanting the city to take a look at it in comparison to other cities. At that time, council members Carter, Stone, and Stonecipher requested that this temporary moratorium be put into place that does not kick in an automatic annual cost of living increase to the impact fee. So that moratorium was set from July 1st of last year that went through December. In the time that we've hired a consultant to do the analysis, we've been working on that. At this point, we're ready to move forward with some next steps based on the recommendations. And so what we're asking to do is to extend this moratorium to cover that period of time between when it expired and to catch back up to the annual cycle that those automatic fee increases go into effect. So this would extend the moratorium to June 30th, and then it would pick back up on July 1st as it normally does.
So in effect, the 22 increase and the 23 would both go into effect in July of 22?
That's correct.
23?
23.
Okay.
Questions?
Okay. Well, if there are no questions, we could take up the ordinance, and I see that the staff would like an emergency, so we'd have a second vote on that. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously, and now we would need a vote on the emergency.
Mark, we need one more vote. Sorry. Councilman Stonecipher.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the emergency. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously and with the required 7 affirmative votes.
I'm going to go cover water trust
Yeah,
unless
you're
I'm
good.
needed for something.
Yours should be fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so item S, this is the public hearing regarding the dilapidated structures here listed. And in fact, we do have someone who signed up to speak, Jennifer Arsenault.
She had to leave. May I speak on her behalf?
Okay. Sure, I mean, yeah, you could have signed up. What's your name and address?
I wasn't here at the time to sign
Yeah.
up. So,
Yeah.
Bart Terrell. I'm at 18308 Bodegon Road in Edmond.
Okay. And you're speaking about item A here?
Yes, item A,
1300 South Robinson?
Robinson. Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
2 weeks ago when we were here, we were asked we made mention that they did not get the notices because they didn't receive the mail. We checked with them to make sure that their address was forwarded so they can get those notices. And then they were getting quotes to get the buildings demolished or taken away because at the time, I guess the statute says that they are both dilapidated and abandoned. However, they couple those together, I guess, on this notice, and then though the building is dilapidated, has not have been abandoned because in the first quarter of this year, they have removed at least 700 vehicles from that property and got those off, and then they are still continuing to check on the property, make sure that the fences stay up, even though sometimes they do blow down, and then they are moving towards getting these torn down so they can do it on their dime versus it being on the city's dime as well. They have 3 quotes in hand to do those things. They just need to make a decision on what those quotes are going to do and which ones they decide to move forward with so they can get the structures torn down.
Okay, I'm just curious as far as the process, and Mr. Chad, maybe you can help me with this. There you are. What constitute, I know we visited this a couple weeks ago, as far as have we had conversation, have you all had a conversation with him?
I met with him out on the property prior. I believe he's the business partner.
Correct, yeah.
Was here last time, yes.
Okay, so what constitutes the abandoned as far as how we define it for it to be noticed given for that abandoned property?
Right. Whenever when the council declares a property dilapidated or unsecured, they also have the ability to declare it abandoned. I'm not exactly sure. I don't have the exact date when the council passed that resolution, but it gives the city the opportunity to, not necessarily the opportunity, but it gives them the ability to charge for any emergency services that might happen on the property post that declaration. So if there's another fire or if there's police resources that need to be used, then the city can charge that property owner for those services. Typically, that's what our council does, is they approve both the unsecured or dilapidated, and then that sister case is that abandoned building case.
Well, I guess my question is, for this particular structure, what constituted it to be declared abandoned from what he just said in relation to how our code enforcement defines and looked at this particular property to deem it abandoned and continued to keep it on our abandoned list? Does that make sense?
Well, what keeps it on
I know
that,
what I'm asking, but
right.
It's hard for me to, I guess, from when we last visited, for you all to have visited on this conversation, it sounds to me clearly that if it's still on our abandoned list, something was not rectified. So what is that needs to be done in order for it not to be on the abandoned list?
Well, in order for it not to be considered abandoned, the property would have to be compliant with the, we would believe it would have to be compliant with our code for a dilapidated building. Now, it hasn't been declared one way or the other. That's what the council's hearing today, of course. And then once that's taken care of, they can petition the city to have that abandoned declaration removed.
Okay. Is the fence still remaining around the full property?
The fence still remains. A portion of it was open this morning when I drove by because there are some semi-trailers that have been on the property that they had mentioned that were open that people could be getting into. And they have those now for sale, so they're trying to get some of those off. And I think someone was getting some of those off there. And then their plan is to then demolish the buildings, and then also, if they can't sell those trucks or those trailers, then they plan to weld the doors shut, as advised by the council member. I mean, the code enforcement officer.
Okay. From the pictures that I'm looking at, I hope you understand why this needs to be taken care of as soon as possible. So I know we're looking at quotes, but is there something other than removing the trailers immediately that we can get done? Because this is pretty hazardous if we're looking, if we're all looking at the same things and this still looks like this today.
Yes, and I fully understand it. In the time when we met, that was our first notice, or anyone's notice, which was a week before this was 2 weeks ago. So 3 weeks ago was the first time that we knew about it, though they had said they'd sent out a notice. What we were arguing at the time or trying to make notice of was that they didn't receive the letter and they weren't aware of it. We were aware of it, I think, when code enforcement kind of made us aware. So then we kind of stepped in and were hoping to make action. We came here 2 weeks ago to chat with you all, and then so we didn't have it on the city's dime and they could do it on their own because it would be a lot more costly for them because the city's going to scrape it all the way down and take the concrete with it, which then would be a lot more cost for them to haul that off. So we've gotten with them. We told them to make sure their address is updated so they have a forwarder. They've done so, and they did so as of January 23rd with the county assessor and with the postal service, but I guess they were missing one with the county treasurer possibly, that wasn't there. So they've got the quotes, and then I spoke with them yesterday, and they plan to make a decision. They just wanted to know, when we spoke with you all, if they would get a little more time without having the city make a declaration that it was going to maybe possibly go in for demolish at this meeting.
Okay.
Well, I do want to clarify, even if it stays on our dilapidated list, it still gives you all the opportunity to remove it, take
Okay.
care of it without the city intervening.
Okay.
It just declares it, as you all say as well, that it's dilapidated.
Sure.
So that's all that that does as far as the city saying that, and correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I think I've been through a couple of these, I know a little bit. And so therefore, I'm going to ask that we keep it on here because you are still moving forward with that. And therefore, please stay in contact with Mr. Davidson so we can ensure that you all have that plan of action. You have all of the things and all of those next steps. So therefore, again, and if you'll just keep me updated to make sure that we're working together on that. So I understand the responsibility that you all want to have, ownership of being able to take down your own structure instead of the city intervening. So I would like for you all to have that flexibility to do that. But as I'm looking at this structure right now, we have to do something
Absolutely,
as
yeah.
soon as possible. So again, even if we declare dilapidated today, it does not mean immediate action tomorrow.
Okay. Very good. I think that's what we wanted to ensure. And then when we make a decision or the family makes a decision on that and who they choose, we'll include you in email as well as him and then let you know exactly the decisions and when we plan to do that.
Okay, thank you. So I will move forward with the dilapidation, but again, you'll still have plenty of time to just go through the process in order for you all to make the decision of how you want to carry out the dilapidation on your behalf.
Very well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that's the only person who signed up to speak. This item will appear again, I think, right? Yeah. But you want to keep it on, is that correct, Councilwoman? All right, so we'll close the public hearing and move on to S2, the resolution declaring that the structures are dilapidated. Can bring that up as a motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 11T, this is the T1 is the public hearing regarding the unsecured structures here listed, except for those previously struck. And Amy, has anyone signed up to speak?
No, they haven't.
So we will close the public hearing and advance to the resolution found at 11T2, declaring that the structures are unsecured except for those previously struck. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 11U1 is the public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed, except for those previously struck. We did have that gentleman sign up to speak, or rather Jennifer Arsenault did, but he has stepped out, and I guess we handled the issue already. So we'll close the public hearing and move on to the resolution found at U2, declaring that the buildings are abandoned except for those previously struck. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11V1 is the public hearing regarding the resolution adopting an amendment to the fiscal year 2023 budget. There was a presentation on this at a previous meeting. This is the second of two meetings where this is being considered. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak?
No, they haven't.
So we will close the public hearing and advance to V2, the resolution adopting an amendment to the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Capital Improvements Project Fund, etc. If there are no questions or comments, the council could move the resolution. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11W is a public hearing regarding the resolution approving the fiscal year 2023-2024 fourth action year plan. And maybe we'll return to that after we have a presentation on this.
Yes. Chris Varga with the Planning Department. Chris, manages these projects, and this is something we do every year. Just recently, maybe 2 years ago, HUD changed the rules where we have to have a public hearing on this. Is that right?
No, we've always had a hearing,
Oh, okay.
public hearing on it.
Like I
Yeah,
said,
this
we've
is our
always had that.
annual action plan. I'm sure you were there. This is our fourth year of the action plan of the 5-year consolidated plan. And again, this plan is what we submit every year to HUD as an application for our entitlement funds, our entitlement grant funds that come to Oklahoma City. So basically, those funds are the CDBG funds at $4.9 million. They haven't changed much. This year's allocation was very similar to last year's. So we got for Community Development Block Grant, $4.9 million. Our Home Investment Partnerships Program grants, which is about affordable housing, $2.6 million. Our Emergency Solution Grants, which is addresses those at risk of homelessness, $433,000. And our Housing Opportunity for Persons with AIDS grants, that is an amount of $1.3 million. So every year this plan has to be developed, or the budget is developed and discussed in citizen forum, take public comments. We had 2 public meetings in January, an opportunity for public comments for 30 days, a review of it at Citizens Committee for Community Development, who recommended approval of it. And now it comes for this public hearing as the last step before submission to HUD. The CDBG funds, just very briefly, will continue to fund. There's nothing new proposed this year. Our housing rehab programs, we have several public service projects, public facilities projects, a Strong Neighborhoods Initiative funding, slum and blight activities that go to OCURA, and staffing. Our home funds basically go to down payment assistance programs for home buyers, housing rehab programs that are performed in-house by the city, and our nonprofit community housing development organizations, our CHODOs, who build a limited amount of for-sale homes, and affordable housing development in general. When we have extra funds, we do an open solicitation for affordable housing projects and staffing. The ESG and HOPWA are not broken out into budgets. Those programs are handled through the Continuum of Care program, who receives applications for projects and rates those and scores them and submits them through the council later for recommendations for funding. So with that brief overview, if you have any questions about the budget or the plan or the grants, I'm available. Thank you.
All right, well, let me back up now. Amy, has anyone signed up under the public hearing regarding this item?
No, they haven't.
Okay, so we'll close the public hearing, and we're at the resolution found at 11W2, approving the fiscal year 2023-24 fourth action year plan, approving new formula grant funding allocations for the various entities listed here. What does the council wish to do with the resolution? We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11X1 is a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority approving settlement of the subrogation claim related to payment of medical bills paid through workers' compensation against the proceeds recovered on behalf of Daniel Herring, et cetera. Executive session is not requested. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11Y1 is a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust authorizing the Municipal Counselor's Office and outside legal counsel Phillips Murrow to settle the case of Aquid and City of OKC v. Revolution Resources and Select Energy Services, et cetera. Executive session is not requested. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And the answer to the question of how long it takes to finally completely empty the chamber, it is 2:10 p.m. That is what time finally the last person gives up. All right. 11Z is claims recommended for approval. Items Z1A through D. Executive session is not requested. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item 12, comments from council. Ward 1. Ward 2. Peace out. Ward 3.
Don't hate me. I have a few things. It's not my fault, but it's important stuff. So number one, Mother's Day is this weekend. Don't forget your moms. For those of us moms who've moved on, I take the opportunity to recognize my daughter as a mother, she's about to be a mom again, literally any minute. So yay, Alexis, love you. Curbside does Mother's Day flowers and supports our homeless population with jobs. So please support Curbside Chronicles and the Curbside Flowers program. Two more things. According to Palomar's website, Oklahoma City is number 3 in domestic violence in the state. Oklahoma is number 3 in domestic violence victims in the country. And there are lots of good things happening to help protect victims, both at our state level and our federal level right now. So I just want to give a little shout out to our state representatives and our governor who passed, where'd it go? One second. Domestic Violence Victims Assistant Bill, which helps facilitate victims gaining municipal utilities and access to housing, regardless or with a different consideration for their credit and their background, because oftentimes financial abuse is part of the domestic violence situation, and so they are oftentimes harmed through that process, and it's very difficult to get out of those situations. Congresswoman Bice also reintroduced the Safe Leave Act today, House Resolution 2996 at the federal level, and we're hoping for bipartisan support of that, which allows domestic violence victims to utilize the FMLA in order to receive assistance and to get a good footing and to get back on their feet. All of this is very important to me. I am a domestic violence survivor. I have suffered all of the things that these things would support, and it was not available for me at the time that I got out of those situations. So I call on the rest of our state legislators, our municipal leaders, and our federal delegation to support these things that give domestic violence survivors and victims a way forward and a way out. Many of the domestic violence situations are not only against mothers, they are also against fathers, but primarily the thing that probably bothers me even more than all of those things, which are pretty big, is that it often includes the children that are involved in those situations. So we have a responsibility to provide all of the services that we could potentially imagine up to be able to help this situation and get us out of the number 3 spot. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Ward 5? Ward 7?
Yes, I'll be brief. I want to thank half of Ward 7 for being here today. I know that was not an easy few hours for the members of our council who sat here, so I appreciate you all and your patience for hearing the passion and the concerns of everyone, and also the wants and needs of our developers as well, as far as this development is concerned. Unfortunately, it went the way that it did, so there's not much that can be said about that. I've expressed my concerns and what I hope in the future as far as our city and our staff, what we can do, speaking to certain pieces of what is presented in our staff report in the future. I do want to just give a couple shout outs to all of our graduates for 2023. Specifically my alma mater, Langston University, and I say that because some history was made this weekend.
by the youngest graduate to ever graduate from Langston University, Ms. Shania Muhammad. She's 15 years old, and she received her bachelor's degree from Langston University alongside her brother and her sister. So all three of them walked the stage on Saturday, but she's the youngest, and so she has an associate's in consumer science, an associate's in diverse studies, and now she has her bachelor's in family and consumer sciences, and she has already completed courses for her master's program at 15 years old in representing Oklahoma City. So kudos to her parents and her family for being that support, especially I'm wondering if she had to tutor her brother and her sister through college in some of those classes. But congratulations to them and Elijah and Rashay, her sister and brother, and the history that was made for them, the Muhammad family, on this past weekend. And to all the other graduates who are first-time graduates, first generation, and those who make history as well, going to wherever their next destination may become. I also wanted to shout out one of our teachers from Moon Middle School, Felix Linden. He was the OKCPS Teacher of the Year. So I am so excited to shout him out and to speak of the good things that he's doing at FD Moon Middle School. He did have me come out within the last couple months to talk about the curfew in Bricktown to his students, because he knew it was going to impact them, so they could ask me questions and ask about their concerns about what this potential program could or could not do as far as benefiting them being in Bricktown after a certain hour of the evening. And last, I just want to shout out Congressman Joe Kennedy. He is in Oklahoma. He's in Oklahoma City, and he's making his way around our state. Got to say hello to him on last evening, and he had a pit stop at Kindred Spirits, and was able to see Northeast Oklahoma City and get a taste of Eastside Pizza House. So he looks just like his pictures. So it's always interesting, and you kind of get happy when you see a Kennedy, just because of the history of the family. So I'm very grateful for his presence in our state, and I know he's here to help with some supportive work for some of our nonprofits. So grateful for that. I just wanted to mention that. And again, happy Mother's Day, especially to my mom. Love her dearly to the moon and back. And other moms in Ward 7 too.
All right, thank you. We have no citizens who've signed up to speak, and so we reach item 14, which is adjournment, and we are adjourned.